Long time no see.
I'll give you guys some slack.
God, thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting. I'm going to ask if you can to please stand for the pledge and then to remain standing. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm asking you to please stay standing to honor Superior Court Judge Richard Tuttle, who recently passed away. And those of you who maybe been in his court or know him, just to give him some thoughts, he was a Superior Court judge here in Calaveras County, and he's written a book about his life. He was an attorney at the Civil Rights Movement in Mississippi in the 60s. And he gave us our county counsel, public defender, and district attorney, Jeff Tuttle. God, I started here. Jeff was county counsel. So if you could just give Judge Tuttle a moment of your thoughts. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to do some announcements on the closed sessions we had. We're sort of doing them in reverse, or we did them in reverse order. Item 4 was 1, 3 was 2, 2 was 3. And so under item 4, which we took as item 1 today, it was public employee appointment or employment of the chief probation officer under Government Code 54957. There was no action taken. Under item 3, which we dealt with as item 2, it was a conference with counsel on anticipated litigation, significant exposure, claim number 2013-12, Greg L. Thompson, pursuant to Government Code 549-569D2. Again, there was no action taken. And then we had a conference with counsel, on anticipated litigation, one case, pursuing to Government Code 549-569D4. Again, no action was taken. And after the last item today, we will be going back into closed session, a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure. It'll be one case, not two, pursuant to Government Code 549-569D2. Thank you. I'd like to move to public comment with 5 minutes per person to a maximum time of 30 minutes. Any time left we'll deal with at the end. You're to discuss any item that is not on the agenda. Thank you. Bonnie, you're reading into your time.
Yeah.
You are.
Good morning. My name's Bonnie Newman from Double Springs, and I think I'd like to expose myself today and let you know why I've been coming here so frequently for the past 4 years. This is one of the issues that has been foremost in my drive. Some of you may know and some of you may not know, but about 10 years ago, an elderly gentleman was murdered in Arnold by his housekeeper caregiver. He was beaten over the head with a hammer, and his body was dumped in Avery over some financial issues, financial abuse of this gentleman. And this really hit me home when I read about it, because I was a housekeeper, caregiver, and I felt that this reflected on me and my profession. And I felt at that time something should help people in our community who are elderly and who need help and have no way of knowing the people that they're hiring if they're going to end up murdering them over checks or something. And I did have an idea, and I've mulled it over for a number of years. And as you read this article, you'll get the details. But my attempt to address this is correspondence that I've included on the last page. And as I tried to present this information, or my idea, it got nowhere. And the concept is so simple, it's almost a no-brainer. And one of my reasons for hammering away at the IHSS Advisory Committee and the Public Authority is I feel this is in their realm to address. And although I don't have time today to tell you what my idea is, this is the introduction to one of the reasons I keep coming here. And I probably next time in public comments I'll share with you my idea, because I'm losing time. Because I also have another issue to talk about. It's flu season. And today is the first clinic that the Public Health Department is offering at the library from, I think it's 2 to 4:30, or it could be 2:30 to 4. Anyway, the 2 and 4 is in there. So for old geezers like me and Joe Kelly, it's important for us to get flu shots, because flu can really impact us old guys heavily. And whether you get your flu shot at the Safeway or Walgreens, they also have a clinic here in Calaveras that will be in Valley Springs and Angels Camp, as well as the library. And if you're not able to get your flu shot today, you can call the clinic. You can call the health department at 754-6460 to find out when the next clinic is. And if you're unable to attend the clinic, they do offer flu shots in the office with an appointment. So that's what I have to share with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newman.
Joe Kelly. Thank you for the introduction, Bonnie. Today I'm here to discuss one of my usual issues, obviously flooding. I'm still awaiting a letter from Director Garcia of Public Works, which has been directly handed to him, and one delivered to County Council's office. In that letter discusses an issue. If you remember back in, January of this year, you folks voted on the integrated water management plan with Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne. You approved it. You may have missed the little thing. Page 1-1, Calaveras County. The county is authorized to carry out flood control and stormwater management through its Public Works Department and the implementation of environmental health programs. There's another key. Now I have one more stop to make, is with environmental health with a letter to round up the 4. Under your grading and drainage ordinance, under section 1505-260, corrective work, A, if any, I repeat, if any existing excavation or embankment or fill on public or private property constitutes a hazard to life and limb, threatens public health, safety, or welfare, endangers property, or adversely affects the safety, use, or stability of a public way or drainage channel, such excavation, embankment, or fill is hereby declared a public nuisance. Now, folks, you have an obligation. I've been saying this for months, for years actually, and you failed to do your job. So I'm waiting for this letter to see what it says, and I'm going to go to send a letter to environmental health to see what his possibilities are. I'll go through and see what his statutes cover. The other thing in this thing, and this is an interesting thing, on B of this same thing says, if a property owner fails to abate a public nuisance following receipt of notification for public works, or if necessary to abate an imminent threat to public health safety, the director may order county forces or contractors to enter private property and take whatever action may be necessary to abate hazards that threaten public health or safety. Such hazards include the following: alteration of drainage patterns that have caused and has the potential to cause flooding, erosion, or siltation on any downstream. There's a downfall in that, because downstream is downstream, but in this case it flows upstream. So I would say we would be the downstream people being violated, as determined by the director. Just to alleviate your fears of monies, this, just like code enforcement, has a monetary section in it. That is 15.05290 enforcement. Any violation of any provision of this chapter, including violation of any grading permit condition, failure to comply with a notice of violation grading without having first obtained a required grading permit, or violation of a stop work order, shall be subject to the following enforcement actions. Each day that a violation continues shall constitute a separate offense. First day, $1,000. And, wait, I take that back. Any first day, $1,000. Any person who violates the provision of this chapter may be assessed a civil penalty of not more than $1,000 for the first violation, not more than $2,000 for a second violation within a year. The third and each successive violation within 1 year may result in civil penalties of not more than $10,000 for each offense. You've got the same thing that you're coming up later on in this agenda. You're going to be slamming people with $10,000 for public nuisances. I have a public nuisance problem. I want you, the county, to take care of it. I have identified the agencies that have the ability. I have identified the codes that cover it. Now, this flooding problem had a start in about 1979. That's the earliest it could have happened. But I would say it happened no later than 1982, started the flooding issue. And you folks had that ability. You, under this code had to come from somewhere. So it must have come down from state law. It must be in state law and has been ordained into this county to be used. So I would say you folks do something about it and cause a problem to be corrected that affects a neighborhood, and stop sending me nonsense that said, well, at most, you're a private nuisance. That is the worst thing I've ever heard from a county agency.
15 seconds.
Thank you. Now, directly into FEMA. I'm still waiting my call.
I emailed you
When?
yesterday.
Oh, well, I was on my computer yesterday. Was it late yesterday afternoon, late last night?
Probably last night.
Okay,
I just
then
got your email. I just received your email.
Very good. I will go home and check that later. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Are there any other public comments?
Good morning. Do I need to sign in?
Yes, please. Thank
Nikki
you.
Stevens, Mark Twain Medical Center. I wanted to come before all of you this morning and your attendees to make some announcements. And the first announcement is relative to Mark Twain Medical Center, and it is about a new service that we have available to the residents and beyond of Calaveras County. It's an online service where if you are needing to be seen in the emergency room for a non-life-threatening condition, you can now go online and you can select a projected treatment time. So what this means is, for those of us that would prefer to stay home with a sore throat and wait as long as we can with our hot cup of tea rather than sitting in an emergency room waiting area, you can select that convenient projected treatment time and come based on that arrival. So I have some information that I want to submit to you about that, and stay tuned as we'll be making many more announcements about new services at Mark Twain Medical Center. The other reason why I'm here this morning is because I wanted to, once again, this is the time of the year when we're extremely busy about community events. So I wanted to take this time just real briefly and remind all of you, and again everyone in the audience and beyond, about the events that are coming available in Calaveras County from Mark Twain Medical Center to the great community residents of Calaveras and again beyond. The first one is for our health fair. Our health fair is our fall health fair this Saturday. This is our 15th annual health fair, and it's going to be held on the campus, if you do not know, at Mark Twain Medical Center across the street from 7 to noon. We have the blood analysis for $45, bone density screenings for $10. There are over 60 different entities that will be available to offer and provide free and great services and just information and beyond. We also have activities for the youth, so I know it's soccer day Saturday, but we would love to see the families come out and bring their young ones, and come, and even adults can jump in bounce houses. And there are so many free activities for the kids as well. Our next event is for Tuesday evening, which is October the 1st. And Tuesday evening, October the 1st, begins Breast Cancer Awareness Month. October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And once again, for the 6th year in a row, with partnership of the Mark Twain Healthcare District, we will be announcing Pink in the Night. So our Pink in the Night lighting ceremony will be at 6 o'clock in Valley Springs, October the 1st at the Terrace. We hope that all of you can be in attendance as well as the community. I have pink lights for all of you today. These are the 60-watt pink porch lights. I wanted to just clarify and once again make known that this is a joint project with the Healthcare District. And this year, our 6th year, we have focused on providing the individual 60-watt bulbs, as we've promised, to the survivors and current fighters for breast cancer. And honestly, we're not going to tell anyone they can't have a porch light, but our goal is to light up the entire county with pink lights. We've lit up the businesses the past 5 years. Now it's time for all of the residents to light up their homes as well in support of breast cancer awareness. The other thing that I need to remind you about, if you haven't heard, is our first time ever, October the 4th, is our Pamper Me Pink event at our cancer center. If you know anyone who is a current fighter or survivor of any type of cancer, we would love to have them come on down to the cancer center on the 4th from 10 to 2. It is an event that we will be pampering those people. So what I mean by that is pampering in the literal sense. You can have a free pedicure, you can enjoy some hors d'oeuvres, we're going to have gift baskets available, there's going to be head and neck massages made available. It's just going to be a one-time event that we hope will continue as an annual event at the cancer center. Don't forget about our walk-run race this weekend as well at 8:30. It's the fun run for all cancers. Love to see the youth, especially in this great community. Love to see all of you come on out. And the last thing that I want to remind you about, if we're getting geared up, we're getting ready for Dancing with the Stars. So Dancing with the Stars is November the 9th. I have a flyer for that. Come and help us celebrate the Mark Twain Medical Center Foundation's 30th anniversary and help us to bring this new, beautiful project to Angels Camp for this tremendous family medical center that we want to build. And we can't do it without your help and your support. So thank you very much. I know it was a little long-winded. I didn't mean to talk so much, but I get excited looking at all of the reactions from all of you as well. So thank you again for supporting Mark Twain Medical Center. And if you have any questions, you know where I am.
See you Saturday. Thank you, Ms. Stevens. I just want to take a second, excuse me, sir. I usually support breast cancer awareness and bring public health has helped me bring in pink ribbons, but since we're not going to be meeting to further down, I encourage the board and all staff to, if you need a pink ribbon, let me know to wear them during October. Yes, please, go ahead.
My name is Ross Thornton. I live on Freckle City Road. I trust that you all got this publication. It was sent to everybody. It's to do with rite of passage. The history of rite of passage and their non-ending abuse of their CUP, which was issued to environmental alternatives in 1994, indicates a desperate need for action. Since 2002, 3 separate neighborhood petition actions to revoke their CUP have resulted in simply time-consuming, expensive dog and pony shows. No result, no action, no change. Code Compliance has recently referred this to the Planning Department. Another shuffle. There's no reason why the buck can't stop here now, today. The non-ending disruption, invasion of the right to peaceful property enjoyment, and the fear at all hours of night and day continues. You got to visualize this. Just imagine. It's 3 a.m. in the morning. 3 17-year-old, 180-pound male wards of the court are loose and prowling on your property. The phone rings. Rite of passage informs you we have 3 escapees. You hear the staff vehicle scramble within the facility and then out into the neighborhood. Notification occurs only if rite of passage decides to let you know that there's escaped. Sleep well. You know, rite of passage gets the first hour before sheriff's office and tracker are notified. The sheriff's log will testify to the frequency of response to these escapees. See the table of contents in your publication. Sheriff's logs, over 200 signatures. In fact, the value of material in this publication is the result of many years of investigation, tolerance, and now lawsuits. Another illustration to help to expression of frustration and loss of peaceful enjoyment. In review of a court decision, I was told by a Superior Court judge, quote, "It is not their job to enforce codes, and the proper venue is code compliance," unquote. So I went to code compliance and learned the complaint had just gone to the planning department. So far, as a result of another runaround, here I am now. Neighborhood wants some results. Please know I speak for more than 200 signatures in this book that were collected in 2007. We had meetings. We had potential agreements. We had what appeared to be solutions, and then they all disappeared. Where'd they go? The neighborhood is tired of this. That's why I'm here. We want their use permit revoked, public opinion, public input to address this situation. We acknowledge that rite of passage's right to reapply for a new CUP, one that addresses today's environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning. I'm Jeannie Hayward. I'm the director of the Resource Connection Food Bank. And believe it or not, we are in the planning stages for Santa's Express this year. And I came to invite you all to the Santa's Express Dinner and Dance, November 23rd. I know our calendars all get filled up early, so I'm here a little bit early. It's kind of weird to be talking about Christmas and it's still September. But I just wanted to extend the invitation. The cost is $20 plus a toy. It's at the fairgrounds. I think it's going to be a night of enjoyment, and hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hayward.
Peter Ray's channel in. No real comment, but I'd just like to make a couple announcements. Thankfully to the CCTA and Republicans, we're expecting some, hopefully we're going to arrange it to have a couple of guests coming to the county. One of them is a lady by the name of Heather Gass. She's a Bay Area government. They're having on account of unelected officials take care of the, like county supervisors are supposed to do. She's also involved at the Pacific Legal Foundation, got involved in taking over their problems. Talked to a gentleman by the name of Sam Pardine concerning the Second Amendment. He's agreed to be coming down here. It's a question of coalition between the Taxpayers Association and Republicans and some people from the Tea Party. We have a gentleman coming down because I think that we're going to hear more about the health care situation that's going to be kicking in next month. It's not a hot issue right now in the county, but it will be in the next couple of months. And we also have a gentleman who's going to be running for governor, and he agreed to be coming down and talk to us. So we have a couple of people that might be interesting to listen to, and we're going to give the proper publications and invitation to everybody to listen to these folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, I'm going to move to the regular consent agenda. These items can be routine and non-controversial if any member of the board, staff, or public would like to. Which one?
11.
11. Anyone else on the board? I'd like to pull 14A. Any member of staff, any member of the public like to pull an item?
10, 12, 17, and 18, please.
Anyone else? Mr.
I'd
Ray?
like to add 19, please.
Okay.
Number 16.
Does anybody want to approve the minutes? Second. Anything else? Okay. I'd like to have a motion on the balance, please.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Supervisor Spellman. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. I'd like to move to item 10. Who pulled item 10? Mr. Kelly?
Joe Kelly, this is a professional services agreement with Public Works. Under the financing part of the agenda item states, many of the non-bridge projects require minimal local matches. Local matches are usually provided by the Road Impact Mitigation Program and Regional State Transportation Program. Therefore, there is no impact to the general fund. The term usually is speculative. There is no discussion of RIM or RSTP funds availability in case these other options aren't there. To elevate the general fund no impact statement. Is there sufficient funding in RIM or RSTP? Thank you.
There is money in the RIM fee. I'm not sure how much is in the regional STP program. Is there a member of Public Works there? No. Okay, we'll come back to that one. Thank you. So your question just is, Mr. Kelly, you just want to know, is there money in the RIM, which there is, and in the STP program, correct?
That would be sufficient to take care of it if those other usual things aren't there. Sufficient funds to cover.
Well, the usual is from the RIM or the STP. And you're saying, what if there isn't money in the RIM or STP, if I understand your correct?
No, this document states local matches are usually provided by the RIM, RIM pay, and
right.
There is no impact to the general fee. So if is there sufficient funds in those to cover minimal matches or matches that might be required,
Yeah.
so that it doesn't affect the general fund?
Yeah, it will not affect the general fund, I can guarantee that. There is in the RIM, as I remember it called, there is money in the STP.
Yeah, there's money allocated. I can't tell you because it's within a 2-year time frame, the associated costs of the various projects listed here. But that's the usual route for these particular projects. So there's no budgetary amount in the general fund for these projects. So if there's no money in those 2 particular projects, then one of those projects won't be
Then won't be done.
pursued.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to just go ahead and entertain a motion on item 10.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Ponte, a second by Supervisor Edson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So moved. Mr. Wright, you pulled number 11.
Yeah, there's. I think this is one of those issues that needs more discussion. We've been spending quite a bit of funding on this project, and it seems to be a question of do we continue to spend more money on a project that seems to be going nowhere very quickly. So that's my main concern. So I'd like to hear from Public Works. I have a feeling that possibly it's time to pull the plug on this, and instead of just throwing bad money and good money after bad money.
Tom Garcia, Director of Public Works, would entertain a discussion on that. Would love to talk to the board about that, the status of this project and the likelihood of it proceeding past this point. The funding that's in this contract or in the resolution before you is for services working with the tribal entities to complete the one of the phases of the project. There are some items that need to be completed in cooperation with the tribes, and I'd be more than happy to discuss those in closed session as they can't be talked about in public.
So your pleasure, Mr. Wright.
Well, I would say let's hold this over to another agenda item. And there seems to be a couple different things going on here, so let's move it to another.
Mr. Garcia, is there any urgency?
There's no urgency on the timing of this, other than our relationship with our partners in the project. And I would like to work with County Council on scheduling a time to meet with the board.
Okay, so do you have? Yeah, I'll ask. Do you have? So you want this item pulled?
Yeah, let's pull it for today.
Okay, and there's no urgency. Okay.
Correct.
Does anybody else have any comments they'd like to make on this item?
Joe Kelly, this is about Mountain Ranch Road turnouts and safety improvements project. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Bring it back and bring it forward so we can have a transparent discussion of this thing, because I want to know how, if you take out these turnouts and safety improvements, is that going to change the status of Mountain Ranch Road to the same status as Pool Station? Because Mountain Ranch Road and Railroad Flat Road, in my estimation, are not much better than Pool Station. The only difference is it leads to communities. This leads only from one end of the county to the other. So I think we need to have a big discussion of this issue of these roads in this county. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you.
I would say Pool Station's in better shape than Railroad Flat Road.
That one gets paid more than the Pool Station does.
Yes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Deborah Grimes. I'm Calaveras Band of Miwok Indians, Tribal Cultural Resource Specialist since 1994, and also appointed Vice Chairperson last year. I've been involved with the Mountain Ranch Road project. I know you've taken it off for further discussion in-house around the table, as well as we've been doing this with our county, Pomos, Garcia and Associates, archaeological firm. Also, we'd like to make it aware when we speak about tribes, the memorandum of agreement is with the Calaveras Band of Miwok Indians. It's not with all tribes. This is our county. These are our ancestral people. And I can speak in a confidential manner to my Board of Supervisors and respectfully to the public here, which they need to understand that when this project first began, we weren't contacted immediately, but I won't get into that point of it. We are involved now today. We have been involved for many years. This is a very sensitive issue. Our tribe does not oppose road construction projects. We're there for the best and safety for our citizens, the people that visit our county. We want to welcome people here. There's many areas that have historical components, prehistoric visit areas, so that is important. But in the same time, on this road project, we have a high-risk rural area here under application. We don't oppose projects, but we oppose it under this application for the fact is that through our studies, reviews, and me working closely with Washington, D.C. Federal Highways, I see that there is, in reviewing all the deaths that has happened there in that area, we do not see the fatalities under this application process. And when we're talking about money, yes, it is important to our community to hold every dollar we have out here for our county. And in here, this area is a known major village area that's over 1,000 acres of village, okay? We're looking at the frontage of your property. And the frontage of your property, I can speak, is our Indian Miwok burial ground, okay? So it's very sensitive to my people and myself when we're out here. If we need to take our people out, that is one thing.
Ms. Grimes, could you please
When we
address
don't
the
need
board?
to
Thank you.
remove our people, that's another item. So in behalf of the fundings, I don't want it being up here like these big monies, $200-something thousand is looking at just to negotiate with the tribe. This is through a phase 1, a phase 2, a memorandum of agreement. And also, I would like the Board of Supervisors to understand there's a process through the State Historic Preservation Office, which is called SHPO. We have a responsibility and duty to our cultural resources out here, okay? Now, you guys knew what you were getting into with this project. I did my best in consulting with all your agencies, making them aware. It is time-consuming, it's costly, and we just don't go out and remove our people just because you want a road done. If it's needed, we're there for everybody. We'll do what we can do there. But in this hand, we're into the part of it when we first started this project. Over a year goes by, then we come back to another phase, which I worked hard on that part of it, and it ended up shrinking down, and we still don't have a boundary defining. Then we end up doing the phase 2 with the unboundary defined that still hasn't gone to SHPO, because what's happening right now, we're looking for funding. The draft report has been completed onto a phase 2. Right now, we're waiting for funding to make those comments and concerns adjust into our report and submit it to the State Historic Preservation Office. And as of today, please understand, we don't even know if the State Historic Preservation Office is going to concur and approve this project. But I do want to share with you folks respectfully, I'm here to work with all of you, Public Works, Planning Department. You know, we're here to work with you folks under our cultural resources, but as well as showing respect and dignity to our Indian burial grounds, okay? But the other thing is here, we're still waiting for approval of these fundings to get our report, the comments and concerns reviewed, finished off, finalize, submit the report into SHPO. But again, I will share with you, I am in Washington with this. And the tribe is here working with you. But in record, as we started from begin to where we're at, we do oppose this project under those conditions. If we were at the end where these young ones got killed some years back, we would be there doing whatever we can to keep these fundings going to fix this highway for the people. So I do want to share that with you. Even though we oppose it, we still got to move forward with you guys until it comes to the final decision. It's what's called ACHP, Advisory Council of Historic Preservation. If the tribe still doesn't agree with this project, the final decision will, if your money's not there, still keeps going, then ACHP in Washington will end up making the last final decision.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Grimes. Mr. Garcia, could you please work with the CAO to schedule this for a future board meeting, or however the two of you deem it appropriate, and maybe discuss it with Mr. Wright?
Work with the supervisors as well.
I just said that.
Yes, I'm reaffirming your statement. Thank you.
Okay, I want to move to item 12. Oh, is there anybody else, I'm sorry, that wanted to address this topic on Mountain Ranch? Pardon? Oh, I know.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Sanchez, and I'm a taxpayer at Calaveras County. I want to remind everyone that back at the board meeting on July 22nd, 2008, Jonathan Mitchell, senior engineer in charge of capital project sections, cited that Fitzpatrick, KK Bulk, DW Hardwood, IB Anderson, and NCHRP report for accident mitigation, congestion of rural two-lane transportation resource board, National Academy, that the use of turnouts decreased the total collision rate by 30%, and there is a 40% decrease in fatalities with the use of turnouts. That's great. Turnouts are installed where accidents are happening. The project area, less than a half a mile long, has no accidents. And we're basing this off the information that Public Works submitted to Federal Highways back in 2007 for federal funding. This meeting is listed under non-controversial items. This has been very controversial from the very beginning. The first meeting that we had with Public Works was January 11th of 2007 up at the community center in Mountain Ranch. We the people discussed shoulders on the road, lower speeds, guardrails, rumble strips, curb mitigation. When the county brought up, we'd like to put a passing lane in, not one hand went up. They said that is ridiculous. This is a county road. It's very narrow. We don't need people to go faster than what they're already going. The next meeting was May 17th, 2007. That's when Public Works came up with the design. This was held here at Public Works, and it was unanimously rejected again by the people who opposed this project. They said shoulders, curb mitigation, rumble strips. We've got some of those things on Mountain Ranch Road now, but the property owners directly involved with this project were never notified. Public Works notified only one property owner in the project area. The next meeting was June 21st, 2007. 58 people attended a meeting at the community center in Mountain Ranch. That was when Public Works projected an alternate design, tail-to-tail turnouts facing each other in the project area. The project area sees speeds between 70 and 90 miles an hour. At this meeting, Public Works stated that the average speed on this road is 64 miles an hour. Why are we even considering a downhill turnout in a high-speed area? The next meeting was September 20th, 2007. This meeting was at Public Works. It was a preliminary design of turnouts. These turnouts were 1,200 feet in length. If you check the Caltrans manual, it says you cannot have turnouts longer than 500 feet. We have a retired cop, John Grizel, who stated that the speed you have to travel to pass a vehicle going 55 miles an hour in a 500-foot section, you have to be up to speeds of 96 miles an hour to pass a vehicle. What people don't understand is that in this less than a half a mile section of road, there are 5 multiple family driveways. You cannot see from driveway to driveway. It is a high-speed area. There is a school bus stop that has been in the center of the project area for over 50 years. Trailered equipment coat is in the center driveway. What we're trying to understand is, I think the public does not understand that this is not a safety improvement for Mountain Ranch Road for the very fact it's in less than a half-mile section. It's a teeny uphill turnout, a longer downhill turnout. Why do we need passing capabilities on this road when half a mile down the road there are wide shoulders at Lower Michael where vehicles can pull over and let people who want to go fast go fast? A mile up the road, we have passing capability in the straight of way. We presented all this information at the July 22nd, 2008 meeting. In December 11th, we had another meeting with Public Works, and they kept stating at every meeting that the 4 reasons why they want to push through this project is because they own the frontage property. It's a quick and easy job. Spending the money puts them in a good position to acquire future funding. And the 4th one, it will eliminate the accidents that are happening on the rest of the road. That doesn't make sense. The accidents are not happening in that little half-mile section. The accidents are happening down the road. January 11th, 2008, our group attended Caltrans, and they confirmed that a proposed project area you can pull in accidents if they are within 1/10 of a mile. None of the accidents on this road have been within 1/10 of a mile. The county used their documentation when they submitted the grant application. There were 4 statements on there that did not make sense. The biggest one being based on a Switter's Fatality data. This rural major collector parallels the national average. However, the half-mile segment of the proposed improvement exceeds the national average by an order of magnitude. We did our research. We took these accidents. You can see it. We have the DVDs from the meetings that we have attended here. It's all on there. We have presented all this. All these accidents did not happen in the project area. This is the map showing the project area. Sorry about that. The pink is the beginning. It's Lucky Jim Mine Road. This is Booth Street. The blue indicates the 5 multiple family driveways. These yellow are these accidents. I feel like I'm at home. These accidents, not one of them is in the project area. They are well out of the project area. They are not even within a tenth of a mile. So you cannot, according to Caltrans guidelines, you cannot pull these accidents in. We had people in our group map out the accidents in a 5-year history on this road. They broke down Mountain Ranch Road to 8 sections. This is the proposed project area. Again, you can see this on this DVD. You can see that section 4 and 5 and 8, the project is between those sections. They are the highest accident rate area. Why are we even considering putting a high-speed passing capability on a mountain road in between the 2 worst sections of this road? We have a 400 signature petition against this project. This was submitted on July 22nd, 2008. People don't want this project, but a lot of people don't understand. It's not a safety improvement for the whole road. It's an itty-bitty, teeny-tiny section of road that they want to put this high speed, let's pass people, and how much faster are you going to get to San Andreas? How much faster are you going to get to Mountain Ranch? What kind of time is it really going to save? And when the county placed those 55-mile-an-hour speed limit signs on Mountain Ranch Road in December of 2007, in December of 2007, we came to the board and we said, you increase the speed on that road, you are giving the driver the false impression that they can drive that road at 55 miles an hour safely. Public Works is responsible for the safety of the people. We even read the California Vehicle Code where Public Works has the ability to decrease the speed limit on that road to a speed that they deem safe. They can bring it all the way down to 25 miles an hour. But we have been told by CHP that, it's a rural road, they have to go 55, and the average speed on that road, we have to have it according to that, then we can't enforce it. Okay, they put up the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit signs. They still don't enforce the speed on that road. Since then, on March 1st, 2009, we had 4 fatalities on that road. We knew them all. These were children. I don't care if it's a 2-year-old or a 92-year-old. It's a human being. We should be looking at the safety. We are not against road improvements. We have always been for road improvements for the safety. But putting in a passing lane on an itty-bitty section of the road is not going to enhance the safety of this road. Prior to the placing of those 55-mile-an-hour speed limit signs, we had 11 accidents on this road annually. County put those signs up. In 2010, we had 19 accidents. We had 11 accidents on that road. In 2008, it went up to 19 accidents, and in 2009, when we had the 4 fatalities, there were 28 accidents on Mountain Ranch Road. We told the board, you increase that speed, you're going to have more accidents, and you will have fatalities. All of that is on this DVD. We have been working very closely with the tribe. There's an Indian village and burial ground out there. Why are we even considering going through a burial ground for a project that is not going to enhance the whole road? It's a teeny tiny section. I think that we need to look at this. I came back after those kids were killed, and I presented on behalf of the 400 signature petition and the people that have worked hard to keep this project from going in, because it will cause accidents. It will. It's a high-speed super freeway. I spoke on behalf of the people. The mother of Tammy Montgomery, she got up and spoke that day. She lost 3 children and a future son-in-law. I think that you need to really look at this and consider, is it really worth it? Because I don't see us going through our ancestors' burials and digging them up to put a housing development. This is Mountain Ranch Road. Let's look at this logically, and let's look at the safety of the public, not how much money we can get in and spend so we can get more. We've worked very closely with the tribe. We don't want to do this. It's very disrespectful.
Thank you,
and it's
Ms.
not a
Sanchez.
safety improvement. Thank you very much.
Does anyone else have anything they'd like to address on this? Please come forward.
Good crowd. Yeah, my name is Bob Woods, and I live right in the center of this project area. I've been living there for 18 years now. And I just wanted to add one thing to Cynthia's very good presentation. We have wondered, all the research we've done, why in the world would they want to do this improvement in this little straightaway where there's no accidents, when we've itemized and shown many, many places where it's really dangerous. And it turns out the history of this is such, and it's my belief strongly, that when I bought that property, it turns out that the previous owner was required by the county to donate 20 feet of her property all along Mountain Ranch Road. Otherwise, she could not subdivide, and I wouldn't be living there today. So the point is, the only place on Mountain Ranch Road that the county had property where it didn't have to use eminent domain was this section of land. So I say it wasn't an engineering reason for picking that spot. It's the only place they owned, and that's why they did it. So the whole thing makes no sense whatsoever.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to address on this item? Okay. Mr. Garcia and Ms. Norton, and you. Thank you. Okay. Is the board comfortable with moving this out?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I'd like to move to item 12. Mr. Kelly.
Item 12 is about a memorandum of understanding between the County of Calaveras and the Calaveras County Deputy Sheriff Association. Going through this thing, I saw where the DSA, as of January 2013, took an additional 3% of responsibility for their retirement, for a total of 6%, that leaving the county with a 3%, which equates to a total of no, I'm sorry. And then I'm seeing that with that change, now I'm seeing a January 1st, 2014, an additional 3%, the total of 9% being taken on by the DSA members. And leaving that, I believe at that point, once it hits 9%, that leaves the county with a 0% involvement in their retirement benefit. process under what I've read. So what is the percentage of value of the other union contracts? Are they going to be held to the same standards? And are they in negotiation for the elimination of PERS contribution paid for by the county? And what is the county's dollar savings by this 3% that in January 1st that will be eliminated? How does that affect the county budget?
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you.
Ms. Osborne or Rebecca, do you want to explain what the law is?
The law?
About the employees having to pick up? Oh.
Yeah, I didn't really want to speak about Pepper. I was going to answer his question about all the bargaining units at the end of their 3-year MOU will be paying all of their employee portion of PERS. DSA is just one of them. That agreement and that MOU is a done deal. What we have, the item number 12 is actually a side letter for a change in the way that we handle the canine unit. Currently, the Sheriff's Department does not have one, and they're going to be moving to one, and they want to exchange, instead of $100 a month compensation, they wanted to go with comp time, because the person that handles the canine actually has to have that dog with them and care for them 24/7. And so the $100 a month, while it's nice, doesn't really give them a break from the amount of time that they have to be with the animal. That's really what's before you today. The answer to his question is all the MOUs that we agreed to with all the bargaining units will have all of the employees paying their employee portion of PERS. So, and he's happy. You can look on the HR website and look at all of the MOUs that we negotiated, and you can see that breakdown for all of them. And it eliminates the county cost. And I believe that county cost was, today it has a different value, but it was $1.7 million. Any other questions?
No. Okay. Did you have a comment, Mr.? Yes.
But just to clarify, there's still a county cost for PERS. And the savings was offset with cost of living adjustments for the most part. So it was a swap.
So there's still a general fund cost to do. Thank you. Mr.
Can I make note that's not on our agenda, right?
No.
Item?
No, all,
okay.
No.
I
Mr.
just
It's a separate
Spellman?
question unrelated to...
Mr. Spellman?
Yeah.
Except it says financing, no fiscal impact of the general fund. Someone was saying, yes, there is. Mr. Spellman?
Yeah. I just want to make a comment for Joe, in case he wasn't aware. I wasn't aware when we first started going to negotiations and talking about, years ago, we looked at why is the county paying the employee portion? I mean, employee portion should be employee portion. Well, now we don't have a choice because the governor's eliminated that possibility, and so the employee has to pay their portion, and it's going to be done over time. But the original reason why the county paid the employee portion before was something that they did through bargaining and contracts, because if the county paid the employee's portion, what that meant for the net for the employee is that they would get more money in their paycheck, but it wouldn't be a taxable event. In other words, instead of getting a raise, which is taxable, is a taxable thing if you get a raise, instead of giving you a raise, they just said, we'll pay for your employee contribution, and therefore it won't count as a raise, therefore you won't be taxed on it. So you'll actually get more dollars in your pocket than if we gave you a raise, if we did the contribution part. And that's why the governor...
Thanks, Darren. We got a big meeting.
Well, I'm almost done. So that's why the governor looked at this and said, oh my gosh, we've got millions of state and county employees in the state, and they're all getting this untaxed benefit. If we eliminate that and make them pay for it, I mean, that's just going to be a few more nickels in the coffer. So just for a brief history on that, I thought I'd share that with you. I'm sorry if I annoyed my colleagues.
Just make a motion.
Can I have a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Spellman, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? So moved. Okay, I pulled item 14A. I will not be supporting the resolution adopting the fiscal year budget 13-14. And I just want to reiterate what I said before. The recommended budget, it was very made clear that the county has a structural deficit, and we're not generating enough revenue to support current costs. We cannot revenue our way out of this. Rather than reduce the budget to a level that we can afford, the board chose to add costs as important as they were. I don't disagree with that. But we need to deal with the here and now. And though economic development is a board goal, Mr. Itzon's on that bandwagon all the time, it's a long-term strategy. It will not be resolved in this coming year. The material at budget spending shows that spending exceeds revenue this year by $7.1 million. And next year, and this is just general fund, and next year it would anticipate it going to $7.5 million. And this is probably including an increase in assessed value. We have the unknown costs of the jail, court security, PERS, and we anticipate those will be increases to the general fund. We need to live within our means. This budget is not doing it, and therefore I will not support it. Is there any comments from the board or on this? Mr. Segala, any comments from the public?
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. You know, you're getting better and better all the time, Rita.
You got to endorse it next year.
You're 100% right, and also we think that it's not a wise idea to increase taxes or fees or try to increase the burden on our citizens as a means to balance the budget. That leaves the alternative of reducing the size of our local government, and it's a hard decision to make. One of the things that we think is important is to look at all the county functions and evaluate it as to the purpose of government. What that means, when some functions are not really in accordance with the purpose of government, then those would be the ones that would need to be privatized or cut back or whatever. The purpose of government is to protect the rights of life, liberty, and property. And this is one of the reasons why you did increase the funding for the Sheriff's Department, because they were, well, you being the board, because that is a high priority, because if you can't protect the people and their property, you won't have an economy after a while. It'll be like Stockton. So once again, we appreciate your comments and we agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Truno, Rancho Calaveras. Thanks for stepping up and making the comments about the budget and your refusal to support such a budget that far exceeds our revenue. But in that regard, we had all read in the paper about a shortfall of around $2 million, and that was just a few months ago. How did it get up to 7.1? Are you talking about fiscal year 2014 for that figure?
I'm talking about going into budget year 13-14.
Right. Okay. Now, we had read that that was about a $2 million shortfall. Is there a way for the public to get some kind of a breakdown of that? I'll ask you rhetorically, and maybe you can answer it as you will, but some kind of a breakdown of that.
Yes,
those funds.
We discussed it in recommended budget in detail as a budget book, but we can do more. It is not an easy topic to understand. I totally agree with you.
Okay, and picking up on what Mr. Segala was mentioning, a couple of years ago I made a presentation about the Sandy Springs, Georgia situation, which has spread across the nation. Maybe it's time to revisit that idea for the new board members. It's a town in Georgia that has a total of 5 employees, and they outsource everything else. Now, how much of that's practical for a county, I don't know. But that model is being duplicated around the country, and Sandy Springs has 0 debt per person. So I think we ought to revisit the concept of outsourcing, and as painful as that would be to some departments, it's a live within our means kind of a proposition, and I agree with your concept.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it would be a great idea to live within our means, and I'm not just talking about at this level because, unfortunately, bottom of the total poll, but going all up to the state and federal level. I don't want to go into details where I could recommend that maybe some funds are misspent under the horizon. I'll wait for election time. But I would recommend that maybe you can say, since we have some people with a little bit more better financial understanding, you always make a deal what you should spend it on. But I have not heard too many explanations what it actually got you for that dollar. Sounds great. I don't care if it's bridges, roads, whatever. But how often your staff, because whatever your staff do, good or bad, it's still going to be on your shoulder to show the people what they got for it, who received the money, on whose behalf, and what you got for your money. Because it sounds great that you want to do the world a better place to live, but at the end, what it got you, I don't care if it's for food stamp or diet and so on, it's still taxpayers' money, and what do you actually end up receiving for it? How it benefited your constituents. Thank you.
We're talking the general fund, and you get a good return. You get the district attorney, you get the public defender, you get environmental health, you get, no, I paid for that, Peter. And I have told you that the last few years. I wish you'd stop bringing it up. You get an assessor, you get a tax collector, you get a lot for your 18 cents on the dollar. Ms. Osborne.
Just real quick before Ms. Osborne addresses a page that we need to replace or an error in the position allocation listing, I just want to say that the 7.1 number that was quoted is a combination of us using $3.4 million in teeter funds to balance the 13-14 budget and using 3.7 in fund balance carryover. Those were dollars that were budgeted in the prior fiscal year, not spent in the prior fiscal year, so available to use again to fund part of the 13-14 budget. Those are both one-time sources of resource that are being used to offset.
I think Mr. General, well, not speaking for him, I think the 2.1, when we were talking about that, that was before we knew what the fund equity would be, and we always seem to have a gap when we start talking budget. For example, when you come to us in January, you might say 2.1, but as we get closer, it could be 3, and we need to just do a better job of communicating.
And I'm happy to communicate with him if he would like some additional information. I just want to clarify, because there have been a number of questions about it. Right. What are we using in one-time resources? We are using $7.1 million in one-time resources to balance this budget.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Osborne?
I'm just here to advise you that I was notified yesterday that on the position control list, there is one position that instead of it reflecting that it was one FTE, it showed 0, and so we corrected that, and I want to submit that. And in addition, the resolution for the DA's department, the title of the position should be Investigative Trial Support Assistant instead of court. So I have both those documents to submit. They're just technical items, but I wanted the record to be accurate.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments on this item? This item is the whole packet.
What's that?
Go ahead.
Marty Crane, Valley Springs, Rancho. I have attended every single preliminary budget hearing, which can be 4 to 5 days, full days, and every single final budget hearing since 2002. I looked that up a couple weeks ago, and I find that interesting. Anyway, so I have followed.
We need to get you a library card or something, Marty.
That'd be good. So I have followed the process and the different boards and how we have approached our budget for all these years. And there have been some extremely difficult decisions made in the past. I don't think anyone disagrees with the need for the things that this board approved, but the bottom line is, how do you pay for it? And where do we put our financial truck? How close to the cliff is it? And looking forward, we have to, first, we all acknowledge that we have amazing staff, committed. They were not necessarily just pulled out of a hat. They went through a vetting process, a hiring process. They had to have qualifications, and then many of them have been here 20, 30 years. So they come and they bring you their best recommendation. And then I see us go, oh, we can do better. We know better. And then we just make these decisions without looking at the bottom line and where we go from here with experience. I think we need to take the advice of our experts that we pay good money for. And Marita, thank you. I have watched Marita be the watchdog of our dollars all these years, and we need to take note of that. So thank you very much, and I hope we have an opportunity to maybe readdress some of this. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? I'd like to move then to item 14A. May I have a motion, please?
No, I think we should have some discussion first.
Oh, okay.
I think it's just grandstanding, really, what you're doing. So let's not vote on it. Let's say no.
We can start the budget hearings all over. That's what you're saying by voting no. You're saying that, yeah, you are. You're saying that, no, you're not going to support it. So 3 of us say no, so we're just going to start over from scratch right now. I'm not going to support it. After this whole grandstanding, we're $7 million of funds that are non-reoccurring funds. Well, that is a stretch and an exaggeration right there. It's not exactly $7 million. There's carryover funding. There's sometimes reoccurring one-time funding. So that's an exaggeration, making it seem worse than it is. It's very bad, but it's not as bad as you're saying. It's reoccurring one-time funding in that $7 million.
It's not reoccurring. It's one-time.
Ms. Cullen, if you'd like to address the board, please.
And I would say that $750,000 a year of TEETR is reoccurring funds that we get every year, but we are spending $3.4 million out of our TEETR funds this year.
Right.
I would also like to say that state law requires the board to adopt a budget by October 2nd. And this is our last opportunity to do so.
I'm not voting for it.
If we don't adopt the budget, then what happens? It goes back to what was approved and recommended?
We base it on what's on recommended.
You guys can convince me. I'm not voting for it.
But this was a discussion that happened as part of budget hearings, and we had repeated discussion in public that we were using one-time funds.
I never heard 7.1 million ever.
That was the first time I ever heard 7 million.
We said we were using TEETR, millions of dollars of TEETR as one-time funds, and we said that we were using millions of dollars of carryover.
You never said the 7 million figure just came out today.
You add them together. 3 point whatever plus 3 point whatever is 7.1.
Actually, I'm looking at if the public's confused, then so am I. So if they're not getting the correct, if they're confused about the correct numbers that are coming out, then how can I base something on I'm no different than them. I'm receiving the same information.
They're receiving it from the paper. You're sitting in the budget hearings.
They were sitting in the budget hearings too.
And you received all of the information that they may not have been going online to get. And there have been plenty of discussions with regards to the fact that we were making decisions on this.
For the record, I would like to say that both of the budget memos I gave to your Board of Supervisors included both of these numbers. It included the use of teeter funds, and it included the use of projected fund balance. We have had this conversation multiple times. I'm sorry that it's just, no, I have used those numbers repeatedly. If you look at the budget memo that was distributed to your board in anticipation of the final budget hearings, it included both of those numbers. Happy to provide that to you if you'd like to look at that again. What I would like to suggest, we are going to be going into discussions about next year's budget and potential adjustments mid-year this year, because this is an extremely concerning situation. And so we are going to be talking to you in December or January about planning for next year. And at that time, clearly my intention to talk to you about potential mid-year adjustments that need to be made. We need to have a balanced budget adopted by the board. It is balanced. It is balanced using one-time resources.
And when I brought the resolutions forward as part of recommended, I said at the podium in public that you needed to start working the day after that was passed to figure out how we start making cuts, whether that's consolidation, whether that is reduction in staff, whether that is a combination of revenue increases, which is just not reasonable to me for the gap that we have. But definitely there's going to be expenditures that are going to have to be reduced. I said that at that point because this is going to take time to figure out what's the best strategy for our community, for our population, for what we need to make it from day to day with the operations that we are mandated to do. And so I said at that point, we needed to start having discussions. So, past the budget, that's fine, but you have to start working towards long-term solutions to get us out of this hole, because we don't have the resources to continue to stopgap this extremely large gap that we have.
Are there any other questions or comments from the board on this?
I have comments.
Yeah. Should I put the timer on?
You can do whatever you like. You're the Madam Chair, so. I would agree with Chris in his assertion that this is grandstanding. This is completely unacceptable. And, it doesn't surprise me, but we've been operating under such polite circumstances for the last 8 months, and to hear this right now on this day with this particular item at hand, it just brings me right back to the Jerry Springer of past years, Jerry Springer shows, where you show up and you never know what kind of circus is going to take place. This is not how professional people conduct their business. This is not the type of scenario that people expect from their elected officials. I made it very clear from the beginning of, 3 years ago when I was elected, whatever cuts needed to happen and where they took place in order to make sure that our public safety was met and funded fully, I would make the commitment to make those cuts wherever those needed to be. So, if we have a shortfall in the budget, it's because this board has chosen to fully fund the Sheriff's Department to what they've requested to keep our citizens safe. So, if Ms. Callaway, as chair, would like to suggest personally a line item veto for other things that she'd like to cut other than the Sheriff's Department to be able to provide a balanced budget without using one-time funds, I'd love to hear it.
Any other board members have any comments?
I have a few comments. Folks, we have to work together here. I believe the information that was shared. I certainly during budget sessions and this sort of thing. And government financing is very complicated and very difficult to understand if you can ever understand it. But I believe we sat here discussing a variety of things over the last several weeks and months over this process, and the majority of us felt that public safety was number one and needed to be funded, reinstated, however you want to word it. We also knew that at that time that we were looking at some problems in our future. I think Ms. Norton brought that forward several times in regards to what the future looked like. I saw a number of charts that staff put together and discussed that. Our work does not end with this. This is not the perfect budget. It gets us to where we need to be right now, and I think we all have to come together and work together as to how we're going to solve these problems. We can do things locally, but we have things beyond our control that we need to focus on as well, whether it's at the state level in regards to getting the funding back to us, looking at different things that come down the pike, and we need to start to stand up and fight locally at the state level as to how these kinds of things affect us, that trickle down to us. But most importantly, we are here at this point because we all worked in June, July, August, and September in regards to this budget and these numbers, and it's not perfect. I know we can all disagree with certain parts of it, but we need to come together, approve this budget as we have it today, and then immediately start working on where we're going in the future. We have a lot of work cut out for us. It's not easy, and the dollars are tight. And somebody mentioned, we have a great staff working here. We need to come together and work all together in getting this resolved. And that means all the players within county government, including the jail, the sheriff, HR, planning, etc., etc. We cannot do it alone. No one can afford to be an island, and we've got to find a way to come together, move forward, and work together. So with that, I make a motion to approve item number 14.
14, could you split it 14A?
14A.
Yeah.
Do we do one at a time?
Well, I'd like to do 14A because I don't have a problem with some of the others.
Okay, I make a motion to approve 14A.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Ponte, a second by Supervisor Edson. All in favor?
Please do a line call, Madam Chair.
You want to do a...
Yes, please.
Dan, could you please do roll call vote?
Supervisor Edson?
Yes.
Supervisor Wright?
No.
Supervisor Ponte?
Yes.
Supervisor Spellman?
I'd like to vote last. I will only vote yes if Marita votes yes. If she's voting no, I will vote no.
I need to say I am doing nothing now that I didn't do at recommended budget. I'm just reinforcing, just saying my same position I said then. I will not be.
Then my vote is no.
Okay. We do not have a physical budget for 13-14, a final one. On a 3-2 vote with Supervisors Spellman, Callaway, and Wright in the negative. So, Council, does
With that being said, in the vote, I'm here to tell you, this is more than financial crisis. This is a trickle down to every level of service here in Calaveras County, every level.
Marita's the chair.
I'm just making that statement.
Okay. So let's move. We can come back to this in a moment. We have the position control list for the County of Calaveras. Part of this, Ms. Osborne, this is the one that included the positions that the board recommended the board approved at recommended budget, correct?
And final. It includes all of the positions up to and including final.
So
So without the approval of the resolution, then those positions will need to be removed from the position control list, and I will need to notify the departments that those positions cannot be recruited for. I'm not sure where we are, if we started some of the law enforcement or whatever. So those are all wiped off.
Yeah, I mean, as Supervisor Ponte said, the vote then
Can I have that
becomes
back, please, so I
significant.
can do this?
Well, wait a minute, Francine, Ms. Osborne, excuse me. If the board votes not to approve the final budget and position control list, we did vote to approve it at recommended budget. So the positions that the board wanted added at recommended, wouldn't that go forward?
Those were already approved by you. When we approved recommended budget,
Correct.
you approved that resolution. Then we also approved an additional one with the Public Works Plan. This is totally associated with what was approved at final budget.
Okay. So
What I might suggest, through the chair, is separating out the position control list. If the board so desires, you can approve the position control list. We can, if we need to, come back with amended position control list, taking out the positions that were added in final. They still have dollar limit authorities based on the recommended budget.
Okay. Is the board clear on that? I'm not clear.
What I'm suggesting is you could divide item number A into approving the budget and separating out the approval of the position control list.
The position control list is listed as 14D, which was approved along with B, C, D, and E as a part of the consent agenda. Only 14A was approved.
Okay. So I apologize. It is also included as part of 14A.
But that was just a change that she recommended in 14A.
Oh, so you did approve the resolution. They didn't approve the position control list.
Correct.
Okay. But
I believe we can approve the position control list. You've already determined that you're not adopting the final budget, so the recommended budget, as I understand, is what will be in place. You can approve the position control list. We can come back and amend it at a later date if we need to do so.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. Monsieur?
For review, District Attorney, I would ask that you separate out the position control list if possible, because I did a restructuring of my office, a slight restructuring. It stayed within budget. I actually am reducing my personnel costs with a position that's being added. I know that sounds a little counterintuitive, but I'm looking forward to our anticipated litigation costs this year. I had to find a way to reduce my personnel costs. That's the only place we could reduce. So the position that we're adding, I don't remember the number off the top of my head, it's the investigative/trial support assistant. I'm asking that you find a way to approve that so we can move forward with that. Once again, it does reduce the amount of my budget that we're spending on personnel because we need to move those costs over into service and supplies in anticipation of our litigation costs this year.
Okay. The one, I just want clarification. The item on 14D, the position control list, is different than the one for the total. Yeah, the one that Barbara's talking about includes the non-general fund and the one general fund for her department. So that's separate than all these positions that are in 14A.
It is. All of those on that resolution are also included on the...
These are?
Yes, on the position control list.
So mechanically, how...
So just by the fact that... Can we take a look at this resolution as well so that you can... I know you've already voted, and I'm not trying to change your mind.
Yeah, you are, but go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to show you that most of what's here is non-general fund positions. So it does not have an impact on the general fund. We're talking about the health agency, behavioral health. They're increasing positions.
You're talking about 14D.
We're talking about 14A, and 14A is a resolution that includes approving the position control list that includes all of these positions on your separate resolution. So again, I'm suggesting a way that they can approve your resolution, including the position for
Barbara.
For the district attorney, and they can also approve, in my opinion, if they separate out disposition and control list, which also includes all of those positions. We can come back at a later date and amend
And
that.
just amend that. The resolution itself with the positions approved are still there. Okay, so you're good.
And with the correction for the 1 instead of the 0 for the CCP position, correct? Okay, thank you.
The board has one other option available to them, even though you did take the vote. You do have the ability to go back and re-vote to continue this item in its entirety to October 8th. That will be after the state deadline for adopting a budget, but perhaps we can address some of the ramifications or how this would work if there's not a 4/5 vote at that hearing. That might be something the board wants to know before they make a final decision.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I think we've already made our decision.
Up to the chair.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's up to the board. I mean, if you would like to move it for, my vote today was the same as my vote at recommended budget.
Yeah, but it had an extra grandstanding on it.
Well, that's your perception, and
That's
I
what it was.
accept that. I accept that, Supervisor, that's your perception.
I accept that it was.
Okay, do
Well, you
all
can give a
want to
personal
move it
opinion and
now?
vote a different way. You can say that you don't really want to vote that way and still vote yes to support the other 4 members of this board that approved the budget. You can say your personal
I
preference
could.
is not to.
I could say that, Mr. Spellman.
That would be good.
But I don't. I have
But you
been
want
through
not
enough.
willing to.
Yeah, not
I
willing
have
to
been
go with the
through,
majority.
no,
No, you are willing to go.
I am not willing to go for the same reason I mentioned the recommended budget. I
We
have
convinced
seen,
Chris and I then that we don't need to go.
that's fine, that's up to you.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
The reason I voted for yes is because I knew that we had problems this year with our budget. The CAO came in and said, well, we balanced it for this year. We're going to have a long road ahead of us. I voted on public safety because I recognize the need for public safety. I'm tired of hearing about the 75-year-old people getting burglarized in their homes and terrified, and that's why I voted for that. The budget is what it is. Even if we didn't fund the sheriff this year, we would still be extremely challenged in our budget. So, and that's the work that we need to do. And that's the work that we need to do going forward. This year we can balance our budget as far as the state's concerned. We're going to be in dire straits no matter which way you look at it. So we do have mucho work moving forward. But I'm not afraid to do that work. And I don't think anybody here is. This is just futile in my mind, what we're going through right now. Because everybody here knows this is the budget that needed to move forward. And but next year it's going to be very challenging for us. We know that. And that's where we need to start work. But we need to get this done.
Yeah, and I'm willing to vote for it if Marita comes along.
Well, Marita voted against it right from the get-go.
We need to move forward here. If we don't approve a budget today, this is a slap in the face to many people here in the government center that have worked very hard to this point. But more importantly, it's a slap in the face to the citizens that put us in this position. Now, we can all tit for tat who said what or why, but we sat here as 5 members looking at this budget, and Marita from day one has stated her concerns with the budget. There were 4 of us sitting up here.
No, she doesn't have to say this grandstanding stuff. We're bankrupting the county $7 million.
I agree.
And then the CEO says the same thing. There was no reason for that to happen. And so then you're placing me and the rest of us in a negative light, and you're in the positive. Why do that? I think we should be a uniform board. Either we for it or against it.
I'd like to have a balanced budget too. I don't agree with carrying a negative budget. I absolutely agree with everything Marita said. But I also agree with what Cliff said. I voted yes because I know that we need these services. And we need to work hard to find out a way to create the revenue to pay for them. And that's going to be a hard road to hoe, and I'm willing to hoe it. And I think Cliff and other members of the board.
Then
so
let's
if Marita
approve
wants to
this
express her
thing.
opinion about, not liking the idea of having a negative budget, that's fine. But you know what? To say the things she said today, I agree with Chris. It's not a good thing. So if she wants to say that she's willing to be against it, philosophically, that she'll vote with the rest of the board to approve it, then she'll get my yes vote, and we can have 5 yeses, and we can move forward. But if she's unwilling, it rests on her shoulders alone. Is she willing to come down off the grandstand and vote with the rest of the members, or does she want to continue to stay on her soapbox? It's her choice. She has the choice. It's all hers.
So I feel that my vote is my choice. And if somebody wants to put me in a negative light and make me the bad guy, well, that's the way it is. I'll take the blame for that. And then they can make their decision when it comes to election time. But I'm telling you that we need to move forward in the county. We got a terrible situation with our budget. I think we can work our way out of it with hard work, and that's where we're going to go with it. So Marita said what she said. That's her option. That's her right as a board member to vote the way she wants to. I'm voting the way I want to and the way I think we should move forward.
Okay, the board, unless they want to reconsider, have taken their vote, and it's a 2-3 on not approving the fiscal year budget of 13-14. The other is the position control list for the county of Calaveras. Is there a motion to approve the position control list?
This item number 14 says approve 5 resolutions adopting. That's 5 resolutions. That's not breaking them out one at a time.
Right, but I think given the circumstance,
it's no circumstance.
We can.
You need to re-agendize it or have a special meeting and separate it out. You can't just do that without publicly noticing it.
It will go then as presented. What?
What's currently before the board is resolution what you're calling 14A.
Correct.
Which is titled Resolution Approving Fiscal Year 2013-14 Adopted Budget to County Calaveras. I think the motion is we would delete the paragraphs referencing the budget, leave in the paragraphs regarding the position control list. That you have the ability to do by amending the resolution.
And you can break up the actions and vote on individual actions. You do not have to take it as one action. They can vote on A, B, C, D separately.
But if we're saying we're denying the budget, and the budget is what's required to pay for the positions.
It's a very comprehensive budget, and I would again ask that the supermajority move forward on this. We are spending way more tax dollars money sitting up here tit for tat about who said or why. I agree. Everybody's entitled to their personal opinion. We have all had many of our personal opinions expressed. Today was just one of those days. Ultimately, look at the core root of what we're trying to do today, and that's approve this budget so we can all move forward. We have a lot of work to do. It's not going to get done today, but we need to approve this budget.
Okay. Is there any other discussion by the board? Does the board want to make any changes in the motion, second, and the vote? Okay, it is a 2-3 vote not to approve the budget and the position control list for 13-14. But let's move on to the other items. The 13-14 budget for certain county designated funds.
We already approved it in the consent.
Number B.
Yeah, we approved all of that except for A.
14A. I only pulled 14A.
Yeah, no, we approved it on the consent agenda, remember? It's on the
No,
consent calendar.
well, Chris is right. We did. So they're all approved. Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Madam Chair, can we take a 5-minute recess?
Yes. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Barbara, it was approved. It's a little fuzzy. Karen, Lori?
I'm trying to be, so I know you're looking at me like this guy's optimistic is not effective. It's like those are the things I'm looking at. Those are things I'm looking at. Because I was like,
okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Mr. Kelly, I'm going to call the meeting back to order, and we're going to take a vote. And if you're part of it, great.
Use it. I can't take that. Use the hammer.
Is it first?
Just go ahead. It's the first time we're having. First time we had a hiccup like this too. Go ahead, use it. Oh my God.
You look at that.
It's amazing how people are trained to sound.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move to item 15, please, a resolution adopting the fiscal year, another budget, for the air pollution control district.
We
There.
approved 15 already.
Oh, God, thank you.
16.
Okay, we're now to 16. Thank you. And who pulled 16? Ms. Newman, thank you.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I'm looking at this budget item as frivolous. When this was presented last time, I think I got people's attention by standing up here and pounding on the podium and saying, no, 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 no. People might ask, why am I coming up here and being so opposed to this increase in wages? And what I'm doing is repaying a favor. 4 years ago, the public authority manager came to this board, only Marita was here then, and asked that the home care providers' wages be cut. This was done outside of the contract negotiations. This was done without notifying members, and in retrospect, it was done illegally because at that time you approved a budget cut to home care providers. When it was all ferreted out, y'all had to rescind that and reinstate those cuts to our wages at that time. This first piece of information is my union's definition of what that process was. And what we saw then was a lack of honoring the contract that was in existence. Because in our contract, there is a provision which allows our wages to be cut if the funding sources do not materialize. So to take formal action in the form of a resolution was totally unnecessary. And what happened at that time, you passed the resolution and then the public authority went on vacation. So you were not able to rescind that vote at that time. I'm looking at the budget that has been presented, and I'm noticing that there are 3 line items that are actually not a part of the public authority budget. And I've highlighted those in green. The first green line item is the advisory committee monies, which can only be used by the advisory committee. In 2008, the state of California defined how this advisory monies can be spent, and it's only on the advisory council itself. Although the public authority has consistently dipped into this budget with the approval of the committee, who is, as far as I'm concerned, been hijacked by the public authority. The last objection I had was the use of the advisory committee's supplies by the public authority. And I'm not talking about a few bucks. I'm talking about thousands of dollars that were spent on supplies that no longer exist, that have not been used by the committee. The next 2 line items that I highlighted is actually the health benefits for the home care providers. So if you were to take out these three line items from their total budget of $412,000, their budget is actually a little over $200,000. $155,000 of that is benefits and wages for 2 employees. Now, I went back in my files and I found out that the public authority manager was hired in at $23 an hour to $28 an hour. Now this public authority manager is requesting $36 to $37 an hour. Now I understand they are on a parity with county employees. And I would say if somebody's able to get $13 an hour increase in 10 years, and that's what county employees are also being able to have, then I say that's probably a good reason why we're in so much trouble. To have that much of an increase, to me, is unconscionable. Now, this person's asking for a raise. Both people in this, the public authority, are asking for a raise, but they're doing less work this year than they did last year. Last year, they provided some assistance to the advisory committee. They would call it assistance. I call it interference, because I feel the advisory committee has been isolated, hijacked, and spoon-fed propaganda to satisfy the self-serving needs of the public authority. In saving the county money, I've been thinking about this a long time, and I know it is in your power as the governing board of IHSS Public Authority to abolish the public authority. Just get rid of it. Form a JPA with a neighboring county or counties and contract with a consortium. We would probably have a more standardized program. It might be more accessible to the public, and we might see more participation on the advisory committee if the present public authority were eliminated. And lastly, last year, the public authority manager came to the advisory committee and demanded that she be referred to as the executive officer of the advisory committee.
Could you stay focused on the budget, please?
This is.
But stay focused on the 13, 14. I don't want to get into personalities of...
Well, I'm trying to explain to you why I don't think you should approve this budget.
Okay.
It's because the participation by the public authority has been withdrawn. They are actually doing less work. I do not think they're deserving of a raise, but if a raise has to be approved, then I would suggest cutting the hours to make up for some of the deficiencies that we have in the budget today. And I'd also like to say at no time has the public authority or the advisory committee ever spoken in behalf of pay raises for the providers. So that's why I'm here. I'm just repaying a favor that was given to us 4 years ago, and to help explain why I'm always up here pounding on the podium and being obstinate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Ryan is going to come up and speak to the specific line items, and I would just like to say that the program manager for the public authority, like most county employees, is hired into a salary range. that has 5 steps within that salary range. She, like all other employees, has received raises subject to negotiated agreements with the county. Beyond that, there is no other requested pay raise included in this budget.
And that's what I did want to speak to, Shirley Ryan, County Administrative Office, is that the only increases to the positions in this budget are reflected by what was negotiated through the bargaining units and is offset by a contribution to the employee portion of the PERS. As far as the advisory committee funding and expenses residing within the public authority budget, that is because the advisory committee does not have its own budget, and it has to have a methodology to pay any expenses that the committee votes on.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan.
Joe Kelly, something that caught my interest. The concept of negotiated agreement. That's not, and most people don't understand what might be a definition of that. Prevailing wage. That any time an agreement is made, either selectively or collectively by members or agencies in this county, it's all based on what the 5 surrounding counties are doing. This, as was stated in 1996 by a former grand jury foreman in San Luis Obispo County, said this does nothing but ratchet it up. It's never stopped. And maybe we start needing to look at what we can afford and cannot afford. And one other thing while I'm at it. I think it was very disrespectful to the citizens sitting here and watching the badgering that went on about the chairman and the grandstanding concept, because I consider her statement of not grandstanding, it was transparency. I consider your expressions of badgering. And I would also like to say I appreciate Ms. Norton. She backed up.
Could you please keep to the...
Well, I'm just finishing it up. I just wanted to get in my 2 cents because I didn't have an ability to rebut. Thank you.
I just wanted to make one more comment in regards to Ms. Newman's concerns. She spoke about other options for the public authority. If I know Supervisor Callaway will remember, I believe Supervisor Spellman was also on the board at the time, and I believe it was October 2011, we did a very extensive study session with the Board of Supervisors looking at what other options there were outside of a public authority, including a JPA, including going out to a consortium, including looking to other counties to contract with to manage the public authority. And it was based on pending action at the state and other issues surrounding methodologies and contracts with unions, that it was determined that at this time it was best to maintain the current module of the public authority as it is.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item? I'm going to bring it back to the board. Are there any discussions or comments on this item? Is there a motion to adopt the fiscal year budget for the in-home supportive service public authority?
Make a motion.
Motion by Supervisor Spellman.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Edson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So moved. Did you vote against? So move on a 5-0 vote of the board. Thank you. Item 17. We're still on consent. Yes.
I want to thank clarification I got from the auditor controller what was going on and why it had to be done. So I got a satisfactory answer, and I'd like to pull out number 19 also. The gentleman.
That's been pulled.
No, he's saying...
I got to pull it out because I got the answers from the principals. Also on 19, I got an answer on the principals.
We'll get to that. Thank you. Are there any other questions on item 17?
Joe Kelly, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Auditor Controller for bringing this forward. This is a violation of Government Code Section 29125. Paragraph 2, 4/5 vote required. It was done in 1995. Del Ordo, Taylor, Callaway as chair, Tryon, Bailey, unanimous decision. This is going to change one thing that's happened in this county that was wrong in 95 and is wrong now until it gets changed. How many others are in this county that of these type of things have been done where this board has delegated its authority of a 4/5 vote to an individual elected official or other person? I think this board needs to start looking back into the past and finding out what is wrong with this county and start making the changes that are necessary in this county to bring us up into the whatever century we're in rather than the 1800s still. Bring it forward. We're paying high wages of this century. We're receiving a lot of things by decisions like this in 1995 that weren't even in the 1800s. So we need to come up. We need to stand up. Need to stand up and start telling us what is what around here, being a little more transparent instead of this opaqueness of the smoke and mirrors. Because it's getting, not frustrating, it's getting a little tiresome. Because it seems I can go through and pick stuff up and find these little issues. Other people don't take the time. Why? Because they figure their vote counts and they figure they're voting for the best to be able to serve this county. We're finding out a little bit differently as we go along. And again, I do applaud Ms. Calla. Thank you.
Just want to, what we were trying to do then, refresh my memory, is we were trying, instead of every little thing coming to the board, trying to delegate, making those changes, though if I remember most draws on contingency have always come to the board for the 4/5 vote. But yeah, this needed to be cleaned up, and
this one needs to be.
We appreciate.
Thank you. This one needs to be cleaned up, and as you said, it's all you've now. In the last few years, you've been delegating authority rather than taking the board's time. I say, bring it back to the board. That's what we hired you to do. That's what we voted you into place for. Do the job we hired you to do. Stop giving it to somebody else.
But you hired the auditor too, so hopefully.
And she's brought it back to rescind it, so now this stuff has to come back to you folks. So I want to see it all come back to you.
I think in practice, contingency pulls were always brought to the board, even though it said the auditor had the authority. You frequently, if you go back through minutes, you will see 4/5 vote when it was a full-line contingency. This just codifies it. I agree with you. I think it's appropriate we do that.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments on item 17? Motion, please.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Supervisor Ponte is second by Supervisor Spellman. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So moved. Item 18.
It's already approved, wasn't it?
Oh, God.
No, it was full.
No, it was full.
18 was full.
I'm confused, yes. Mr. Kelly, item 18.
This is about the vertical prosecution grant.
Correct. Our second.
I went through this thing rather fast, and I came across the grant description, the driving under the influence problem, all the accident stuff, information that was in this thing. I wish this would have been last week, because it would have been rather interesting to show, and then the information that was given earlier today about the deaths on Mountain Ranch Road. This type of information is serious information for the people to understand, and having it come out now is beneficial to us, to understand that we have problems, and I endorse the district attorney going forward and doing whatever she needs to do to get this grant. But I hope that information will be more or forthcoming and somewhat more available, or so we would have an understanding of what's being done by the different departments, so that we can have these type of statistics to be able to use throughout the whole system of this county, whether it be in planning, building, DA's office, the sheriff's office, whatever. This information could have been beneficial for the Mosby project last week, or last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
This was one of the technical items that was included in final budget, and given that you didn't pass the final budget, this will need to be brought back forward to the board for a 4/5 vote. This is just the award, but the budgetary impact related to this award will have to be brought back before the board. And I also wanted to state that the majority of the changes done in final budget were technical of nature. The bulk of the problems that we have discussed over the last many, many months were all passed as part of recommended budget. And I would still urge you to pass the budget as it is a final, and then work with staff to figure out a solution for longer term.
Okay, thank you. So what we're approving today is the award, not the, we can approve the award, not the funding.
Barbara Uke, District Attorney. I believe you can approve the award. This is the acceptance of the award from the state. It's $174,310. And this is our second year of the award. It was a competitive grant process that we were successful in getting last year. Based on the progress of my RIG team and the good work that they're doing, we were approved again for this year. I'm very pleased about that. And I would like to continue to do the good work that they are doing. I have the vertical prosecutor who is done in court, and he's here. Mara Quintero is my deputy DA, and then we have Kathy Howell, who is the special program assistant. They are 100% dedicated to the DUI-related caseload, and they also do the extensive outreach in the community. We're targeting schools mostly, but we do reach out to adults. That was one of Marita's questions that she asked me outside of the meeting. So I would urge you to go ahead and accept the award, but Ms. Callan is correct that because of the timing of the award, this was not an item that was included in our recommended budget. So by you not approving the final budget, I don't actually have the authority to spend this money. So it's good that they're here. You can see their faces. And that's one of the impacts of the lack of passing the final budget earlier. And I know it might seem like small potatoes when you're considering $7.1 million, but this is non-general fund money that I do not now have the authority to spend. We worked hard on this grant. My team is doing great work. And unfortunately, because of the vote earlier, we're kind of at a standstill. However, I'm assuming that it's going to work out, especially since this is non-general fund. I don't know. One last ditch effort to maybe break that apart and give me authority to go ahead and spend it so I can keep my people and keep going with the good work they're doing. I don't know if that's possible. But I would suggest that you go ahead and accept the award. And I don't know when the final budget can be passed, but this is part of it. So once this first part is done, the other part will fall into place. There are other impacts on my office if we cannot go forward with this because of the other positions that are linked to the grant money. There is anti-supplanting language in the grant, so we have part of the structure of my office does rely on having this grant in place to handle this caseload. So I don't know if you're considering readdressing the final budget, but I would urge each of you to vote your consciences. In my line of work, I have to look at the evidence before me and decide what I think is the right thing to do, not based on what anyone else thinks, but on what I see, and I have to vote my conscience despite what other people might be doing or what other people might think about it or what the public perception might be. I look at what's before me, I decide what I think is the right thing to do, and you have to go with that. So I'd urge each of you to not be distracted by what else might be going on with the person next to you, and stand by what you think is the right thing to do and go forward with that. That is the mantle that you accepted when you sought office. So I would just urge you to do that. My team is here, and they did want to talk about the outreach. If you wanted to spend a couple minutes talking about some of the outreach that we are doing.
Sure. My name is Mauro Quintero, Deputy District Attorney. Given some of the statistics that we presented in the packet, we've come to determine that a lot of the injuries happen with drivers that are about 21 to 34. And that's about 3 or 4 years removed from high school. So as part of our outreach, we've made it a point to actually visit it. We've visited every high school. We've talked to, by now, thousands of students, young drivers, students who are about to get their licenses, others who already have their licenses, and to make sure that they're aware of the dangers of driving while impaired. And this is not just alcohol, because there's a perception that DUI is just alcohol. This also involves drugs, illegal street drugs, but also prescription drugs. That it's very easy for people who are not educated, young drivers, to just completely look over that or think that it's okay, that if it's prescribed by a physician, that if it's legally acquired, that they are sometimes able to drive. And that's been one of the underlying goals of our grant. Kathy Howell and I have made it a point. Ms. Calloway, I understand, asked, what about adults? And adults, we do talk to any adult who's willing to listen. The problem is that the students are a captive audience. Adults, it's a little bit harder, but we do go out. For example, we're going to the public health fair this upcoming weekend. We have gone to parent-only meetings, adult meetings, and we talk to them, to adults, with the efforts of indoctrinating parents as well, and hopefully that trickles down to their home as well, to their young drivers. And hopefully we can approve this grant.
Okay. Who wants to have some fun? Darren, come on.
Right. I could use.
Oh yeah, you did it to me last year.
No, this isn't the face-to-face software. These are the impairment goggles. Yeah. No, these are impairment goggles. And what they do is we take these to the schools, and they'll probably have them at the health fair as well, is that it simulates what happens to your coordination when you're impaired, either by alcohol or by drugs.
Kind of like beer goggles?
Yes. We'll see how much you've practiced.
Okay, why don't you here where it's all clear, I don't want you to trip or fall.
And this is a sample of the students.
Maybe it's out on the landing pad?
Let's see, Mr. Spellman, can we see you, please? God, what a good-looking dude.
Okay. So, with your hands on your side, can you take 9 steps forward?
With my hands at my side? Also like they would if you would do it. I got pulled over.
Don't trip or stop.
Can I touch my toes like this?
Yes.
Right.
Quit talking, just do it.
All right, turn around and take the same 9 steps back. All right.
He may have already been like that.
These are some of the tools that I take when I talk to the students. Because talking to young students, young drivers, it's one thing for me to get up there and say all these things. It's another thing for me to show them. I find that they're more receptive to that. They're more receptive to interactive presentations. Anybody else want to try?
Not. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You want to try? No. Okay, Mr. Tuno, did you want to try?
No, thank you. Excuse me a second. Barbara, I read somewhere that the DUI arrests or the accident rates behind them have decreased over the past few years. Is there data with that?
What was that? Can you repeat your question?
From what I understand, and I read it somewhere, I don't know where, it's not in here, but that the incidents, the DUI incidents and the arrests have decreased?
Well, there are a couple of things that play with that, because sometimes that can be due to the fact that there's just not enough law enforcement to catch the people that are out there. It can also be due to the fact that at the DA's office, prior to the grant, we didn't have the specialized prosecutor to go in and get to some of the harder cases that might otherwise not be prosecuted. So I'd be interested to see the source. Because
well, I was thinking because the outreach you guys are doing has an impact on what's on your
well, it certainly could. That's what we'd like to think. And we are actually, my goal is to indoctrinate, and I'll flat out say it, as many kids as we can to get that in their thinking, that just like the sky is blue and you breathe the air, you don't drive impaired. So I think that if you start younger and younger, before maybe the kids are even in driver's ed, that's just not in their reality to do it. So, we're actually starting to get into the middle schools as well. And so we're hoping to have that kind of impact because the driver education and the DUI classes, that's after the fact. That's too late. We want to get them before it's too late.
Okay, as to the impact right now, it's a little bit too hard, it's a little premature to tell right now how much of an impact we've had over this past year. Hopefully, as the grant proceeds forward, we'll have a better reality of what's working and what's being effective.
Okay, Mr. Turno.
Mr. Edson asked the question that I was going to ask, and that is, this outreach program seems to be similar to what's been going on for quite a while, one way or another. Maybe not with the goggles and that sort of thing, but in one way or another, this kind of education has been around a very long time, back even when I was in driver's ed in this Stone Age, when we used to have to do the Fred Flintstone thing to get our cars going. So are there stats to show that this particular program is something special and it has a special impact, measurable? And I think what I just heard was, no, you can't measure it because there's a number of other factors that can be involved, and so you can't really put your finger on whether or not the money is doing any good. But I don't want to demean the efforts here, but it does sound an awful lot like driver education, and it does sound an awful lot like what you get in health class in high school. This is the effects of alcohol and drugs on your system, and this is what it does to you. And that used to be a function of driver's ed one way or another, and maybe that's where the effort should come from. Maybe the district attorney's office shouldn't be doing that. That just sounds on a very high level like a very reasonable proposition.
Thank you, Mr. Turno. Mr. Edson, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I'd like to say that the more intervention we can get in schools and the young people, the better. And a lot of times, if it comes from a teacher, it's just a class. But if you get a person like a district attorney or an official, I'd like to see more police, sheriff intervention in the schools, eventually, because we got to make these kids our friends and make them realize the responsibilities that they have. And I know right now it's not enough. With the classes that they have, I don't think it's enough. And you can see that by what's turning out on the street. We wouldn't even be having the serious problem with the drugs. Look at the drugs problem that we have right now with meth and alcohol and all the drugs in this county. And so in my mind, what we currently had isn't enough, and what we are attempting to do is a step in the right direction. So the more we can get, the better.
And if I could add, this is a competitive grant process, and if we weren't doing something right, we wouldn't have been awarded for a second year. Public safety, and from the DA's office, it's about prosecution, but it's also about crime prevention. We look at this as a prevention effort. If we can prevent it, so much the better. The best way to fight crime is to prevent it. Now, with the frontline law enforcement cutbacks, they don't have the funding for school resource officers anymore, and that's a pretty sad state of affairs. The schools are very, very, very happy to have us for the driver's ed classes, plus other school presentations. We've even gone to the classes where the kids are interested in law enforcement. So it's a pretty broad range approach. Any education, anybody, any seed that we can plant for any kid, any young driver not to do it, I think it's worth it. And given the fact that the schools are very happy to have us and they've asked us to come, and they're very welcoming, I think that's a reflection of the lack of resources that they do have. I mean, everybody, that probably goes without saying that the schools are also suffering. And the driver's ed classes, they do some of the things, not to date myself either, but I think we've all probably seen the Red Asphalt and some of those movies. And that's one approach. But our approach is more of a hands-on, interactive approach. So you get the kids involved in scenarios and get them really thinking about it, not just being talked at. They're more involved in, geez, what is it really like? What happens if my friend is doing this? What should I do? They do these scenarios and get the kids talking about it and thinking about it. And maybe they have it in their head. So when it does happen to them, because it will happen to them, maybe at a party or they're about to get in the car with somebody, they'll think, oh, wait, that's not a good idea, and here's why. So I would, again, ask you to go ahead and approve the award and maybe revisit the final budget so we can spend the money. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? Any more comments from the board? Is there a motion to approve the award? Motion by Supervisor Edson.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So moved. I'd like to take the prerogative as the chair to go back to the fiscal year budget of 13-14. The district attorney had some cogent comments to make, not that I always agree with her. Does this mean you will go to the Day Reporting Center with me if I bring this back? So, DA?
I will put aside my personal feelings and go with you, yes.
Oh, thank you. I'd like to bring the budget back. I will ask the board to entertain a motion. I will approve the budget. Everyone knows how I feel about it. That hasn't changed. I truly honor the staff and department heads for making the multi-cuts, taking the no increases, cuts, furloughs, etc. over the last few years. I will change my vote. I don't want to be like Congress, which is what's going on now. And it's who blinks first. And if you want to say, oh, Marita blinked, then go ahead and say it. But I think the impact to the county is greater than how I feel. And I challenge the board to come up. I was told that they didn't like that I said $7 million in the hole. It's 3.7 of fund equity, which for those of you who have been around is the old cash carry. And as you know, that goes from maybe 200,000 to a couple of million every year. It just depends on what the departments aren't spending. And 3.4 million that we took from teeter funds to balance the budget this year. So I challenge the board because it is our budget. It is not the CAO's budget. It is not the DA's budget or any of the departments. It's ours. So we have to find the way to balance the budget without, in my opinion, using one-time money or however you want to define that. So
I have a question. Is this the only year that they ever used one-time funds?
No, we have used it before, but not to this significant amount. Usually it's a few $100,000 that we've used, or we've cut maybe contingencies from $2 million to $1.5 million, but it's very small amounts. The first time that I can remember that it's been a significant amount. And the fund equity is always something supervisors will say, oh, what do you think the fund equity is going to be? What's the fund equity going to be? Or the old cash carry. Because that's always been critical to trying to balance the budget. So I throw that out on the table as an offer, and
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion second. Supervisor Wright, a second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Please call for a vote.
Aye.
A roll call vote. A roll call vote, please. Live.
Yes.
Supervisor Wright?
Yes.
Supervisor Ponte?
Yes.
Supervisor Spellman?
I asked the chair.
I want to be last.
I asked the chair for an opportunity to make a statement before my vote.
Oh, yes, please.
I want to make sure that it's completely understood by my colleagues who haven't been with me on the other board year or the other budget years prior to this one, and any other members of the public who may not be aware of my past statements. My statement today is the same as it always has been, and that is that whatever cuts need to be taken in the county budget to make sure that the Sheriff's Department is completely funded to the extent which they believe is necessary to protect the citizens of this county, would be fine. So, and then next year's budgets or any other budgets proceeding forward, the idea needs to be kept in mind that if I'm faced with a choice of cutting the Sheriff's Department budget so that they can't provide adequate protection for our county, or passing a budget that is not balanced, I will vote for a non-balanced budget if that means that the sheriff has the money he needs to protect the citizens. Now, in the best of all worlds, we'd see a budget where the sheriff has the appropriate amount of money to protect the citizens of this county, and we balance the budget. That would be my first preference. But my second preference, in what I've had to go for since I've been here, is that the sheriff gets the funding that he needs, and the other things may need to be cut, or we pass a budget that isn't balanced. So I would like to see a balanced budget, including the adequate funding for the sheriff in next year's budget. If that can be accomplished, I'd love to see it, and I'm willing to work towards that goal. But for the time being, the only option I have available to me is to pass the budget that's been recommended that we have before us, to provide the adequate funding for the sheriff. And that is my number one responsibility, to protect the citizens. And so I will vote yes under those circumstances.
We have to have a balanced budget. We cannot approve a budget that is not balanced. We have a balanced budget before us.
A budget
Please,
that's not
and Mr.
balanced on one-time
Spellman, it takes difficult decisions by the board. And
I'm glad you came to that conclusion.
all of you.
I'm glad you came to that conclusion.
None of you would want to cut. Mr. Spellman, are you a yes or a no?
I stated for the record on yes under the circumstances.
Fine, thank you. Yes. Okay, let's move on to, don't spend it all at once. Yeah. Okay.
You spend the way you want.
Item 19, the person who pulled it said that was fine, his questions were answered. Is there a motion?
I so moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Ponte, is second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye opposed? So moved. Item 19, we already did that. Thank you. Sorry. I want to just say this board will be taking, if we're not finished, a recess about 12:15,
Yeah, what happened to 19A?
depending on where we are.
What happened to 19A?
That was approved in consent. It was a consent agenda.
Okay.
Thank you.
I got that one. Okay, I'm sorry. We have a public hearing.
I know.
Do you want me to? I've been asked to comment on item 19A, which was approved at consent, and authorizing the chair to delegate the signing authority to the Director of Public Works for the execution of the construction service agreement between the county and George Reed for construction of the sidewalk and drainage near the Jenny Lynn Safe Routes to School program. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can talk to the two supervisors whose kids go to that school. I mean, sort of generically. Okay, number 20. Well, I just meant your kids who are your constituents. Okay, thank you. Darcy, are you taking the lead on this item, please?
I am. Good morning. Darcy Gillard, Planning Department. Before you this morning is an appeal of a project known as the Bautieri Extended Parcel Map. One of the requests with that was a road modification request.
The applicant has filed an appeal on the road modification request only. Just a little bit of background to kind of bring you up to speed of why we're here today. At the August 8th Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission considered the tentative parcel map as well as the road modification request. I will discuss the specifics of the request in a few more slides. After taking public testimony, hearing from some residents, listening to the agent, some back and forth dialogue, the Planning Commission determined that due to a lack of findings, they were unable to support the road modification request. So what they did is they adopted the negative declaration and initial study that was prepared for the project. They approved the tentative parcel map, and they added a condition of approval which required the applicant to pave the entire length of the roadway, which then is the Hawk Lane, and that is from Warren Road through the project site where it ends at a cul-de-sac. On August 22nd, the appeal was filed with the county clerk, so it was done within a day timeline. Just want to show you a couple graphics so you get a better understanding of where this project is at. It is in the Jenny Lind area. The Hawk Lane comes off of Warren Road, which ultimately comes off of Highway 56. So the little icon on your screen actually shows you where the project site is. And then just to the left of that are 3 parcels that are existing that do have homes on them that have current access off of the Hawk Lane, which is also a private roadway. The overall aerial of the site to give you just a better idea of where the Hawk Lane comes off of Warren Road and where the project site is. I don't have a pointer with me, I'm very sorry, but the roadway would be extended from the parcel from the Hawk Lane where it kind of jogs down the road. So the roadway would come in through the project site and end right about in here in the cul-de-sac. So just to give you a better idea. And just for reference, so you can see what the tentative parcel map was, although that was an action that was already approved, just so you have a better understanding. It was for 4 lots, and they're all so far.
You can adjust that to make it a point.
A little bit brighter.
Yes, it's brighter.
So we have 4 proposed lots. Those were approved anywhere from 5 to 7 acres with the extension of the Hawk Lane into the project site.
It's got a rotating, like a flashlight at the top.
The original road modification request was to modify a standard requirement of a paved section of the Hawk Lane. Chapter 12 allows for somebody to submit a road modification request. The request is submitted through the Public Works Department. The Planning Commission has the authority to approve or deny based on the justification and the findings that are listed in that section. So what they had requested at that time was to provide 4 inches of compact Class 2 aggregate base, which is what is existing out there right now. The width of the roadway is there, so they weren't asking for a reduction in the size of the shoulders or the lane size. It was only to change the actual pavement of the road. So the engineer cited a couple different reasons for asking for that. One of them was support from the neighbors to keep it within its current characteristic of unpaved. The next one was that when you reduce the pavement, you also minimize the runoff. And then the third reason they cited was the historical practice of not requiring some other private roads in that area, including the Hawk Lane, to actually be paved when they were approved. So some photographs. This is Warren Road on the right of the screen here. So this would be going south on Warren, and to the left you can see the entrance into the Hawk Lane. This is just another angle, and you can see where it starts to go to a gravel roadway.
So it's only gravel out there right now?
It is only gravel out there. And just another angle just to have a better visual of what the current site conditions are. On the screen before you is a section from Chapter 12 that discusses the justification for approving a road modification request. The very first one, and I'm not going to read these word for word, I'll just sort of characterize, or verbatim, I'll just sort of characterize is that there's some sort of physical characteristic, something unique to the site, It could be the shape, topography that would warrant a different road standard. The second one is there's an overwhelming community preference to maintain the existing condition. So those are the first two justifications. The third one is that financial motivation could not be the sole reason for approving that request. So as you recall, on the original road modification request, they did ask for this pavement based on 3 different standards, one of them being that the neighbors wanted to keep that pavement, or the gravel road and not pavement. So the appeal was filed, and what that included in there is that they were appealing the Planning Commission's denial of that road modification request, but they were also adding in another component that wasn't looked at in that previous road modification, and that was the use of a chip seal surface. I'm not an engineer, but from what I understand, it's just a thin layer, kind of an asphalt over it. Over time, it does break down. It's not a paved surface, but it's not completely a gravel surface. So what staff did is that in lieu of the time constraint that we were up against in terms of getting this appeal before you, is that in your staff report, we gave you the recommendation of denial of the appeal, but we did provide you with an alternative. And what staff has done in those few weeks since we prepared that agenda report and it's been given to you is Public Works has taken some time to review the request for a chip seal surface, because it was not one that was included in the original road modification request. And then as staff, although it really is the responsibility of the engineer, we reached out to the neighbors that we had the contact information for on the offering. There's only 3. We were unable to reach one of them, but we did get emails, which you have in front of you today, from 2 of the 3 neighbors who are not in support of a chip seal surface. They would rather it be kept paved up to Planning Commission approval. So this slide just sort of recaptures what I just said. Public Works did review that chip seal surface. They stated it is not suitable. It's not a structural surface. It will break down, will break apart. Once you have heavy traffic rolling over that, it will have to be repaired and replaced potentially more often than a paved surface. And as I said, we did receive 2 emails, which you have in front of you, from 3 neighbors on the roadway who are not in support of a paved or of an aggregate base with a chip seal surface. So in light of not being able to provide community support, not being able to have another justification to approve the road modification request, and Public Works review of that chip seal, staff is not able to bring forward an alternative for you today, so we are recommending that you adopt the resolution as provided in your packet to deny the appeal. I can answer any questions you have. I believe the applicant's agent is here as well.
Are there any questions?
I do.
Yes, Mr. Spellman.
Ms. Gillard, in the correspondence here in the packet, we see, and you showed in your slide presentation, information from the engineer citing the people who live there would like it to reflect the level of service that it currently has, which is gravel. So, but now they're saying they don't want a gravel road, they want it to be paved in its entirety?
Correct. So my understanding is that the letter was received by an engineer to Public Works in terms of the verification of the community support that was not verified. So we did not only receive a letter, but 2 of the neighbors on the roadway came to the public hearing and also spoke in opposition. They informed the Planning Commission that they were not approached by anybody to discuss the matter. So
okay, so my next question is, if the applicant were to agree to the conditions, all other conditions have been approved, correct? Neg deck, everything's good as long as they put a paved road?
correct. The project has been approved, including the initial study.
So if the applicant or the applicant's representatives here today are willing to commit to paving the road as requested, then would it be possible for us to approve it? But that's the only thing standing in the way, right?
They actually are. That's what they're appealing, is the pavement.
I'm just saying, if they have a change of heart and they recognize at some point that, it's not going to be passed. If that's perhaps the direction of the board, we don't know until we hear from the board members. But if the board members are willing to say that they'll let it pass, if the applicant, will pave it, then is that a possibility today? So instead of us just denying, we'll say we'll deny it, or so give us another option. Or if you so decide to commit to paving it, we can approve it under those circumstances, which has already been said. It's redundant, but just give the applicant or his or her representatives an opportunity today, rather than be denied. Council?
There's two options available to the board. One is to, there's three options. One is to deny the appeal, grant the appeal, or the applicant can withdraw the appeal, which is what I believe you're referring to. If the applicant wants to move forward with the project as already approved by the Planning Commission, the only thing in front of you is the road modification. You don't have to reapprove the map with conditions.
It's already been approved.
Yeah.
So if they thought that they weren't going to get the votes they needed to go forward with the change,
they can
the correct thing for them to do would be to withdraw the appeal before, and so then they could revert back to the approved, which was to pave it.
Yes.
Have the people who are opposing it that currently live on DHOC, the people that are opposing it, have they considered that if the applicant decides that they will remove their request today and default to paving the road, that those people who live on the road will then be encumbered from now until price comes to maintain that road?
That's a good question. I'm glad you brought it up. It was discussed at the Planning Commission meeting for that exact reason, that the Commission wanted to make sure that those folks that live on DeHawk Lane that would be part of this long-term road maintenance agreement would be part of the cost to maintain the pavement versus the gravel. They understood that, they accepted that, they acknowledged that. So a part of this process as well is to also inform them that if it would go to a chip seal, they're still in that long-term maintenance agreement. It's just for chip seal versus pavement. So they're aware of it, and they acknowledged it at the Planning Commission meeting. They understood it would be a higher cost to them.
Okay, as long as they're fully aware. Want fully consenting adults here in this process.
On the road maintenance agreement, has it been recorded for parcels of people along that road? And two, is there in the road maintenance agreement a way that people have to every 3 years, 5 years, 10 years pay X amount of money? What's the mechanism to do it? But just saying you're participating and it's filed doesn't mean you can collect the money and do the work.
Right. My understanding is, yes, it would be recorded. Each parcel has to participate in that, be recorded against each parcel that's along this existing and through this tentative map process. In terms of the mechanism of how much that is and how that's collected, it is a private road maintenance agreement. It's all included in there. My understanding is that they would work with Public Works to fine-tune that, but I don't have a specific answer to you on if there's timing and how much and who collects it and who does it.
What happens is if the current residents in 5 or 7 years when it needs to be reslurred don't pony up or haven't ponied up over the months, then the other people have to take them to court and fight out the return.
We call the supervisor.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Public? Yes.
Karen LeBlanc. We're the third property owner that didn't get heard from. We were out of state when all of these hearings and letters came out. One thing that is not reflected on the maps that she showed, from Warren Road to the first 3 properties, we're on the northern side, northerly parcel. The house is all on its own. There's two houses on the southerly side. That's a very gradual rise. Once it gets past our house, it has about 100 to 150 foot elevation and a very steep grade. And that is not shown on the pictures here. It goes up extremely steeply. We're on the downhill side. Our only concern, and speaking to the road maintenance agreement, there is no mechanism of collecting. There is no agreement on timing. It is just when we get there, we'll deal with it. These parcel split was done in, I think it recorded in 2000, and nothing has been needed to be done at this point. So that we don't have a mechanism, it's kind of just a neighborly agreement that we'll deal with it when it comes up. Yeah.
I've lived on one of those.
Yeah.
That's why.
Unfortunately, when we bought the property, that was already done that way, and nobody caught it until after everybody else had recorded. So our concern mainly, since we are the northerly parcel, it is also the downhill side of the parcel, that right now the two parcels on the southerly side have an existing drainage that comes out under their driveways to a hammerhead turn for fire safety, and then it drains down off of our property down into the lower portion that is natural ponds in the winter and spring. We are concerned with the angle of the driveway, the roadway continuing up, that they maintain and perpetuate the drainage on the southerly side of the road. It's not a big deal. It's just cutting a ditch along the side. When they do it, there's the 50-foot easement all the way up on all properties. The road easement was done when the parcel was split to perpetuate the road. But we just want to make sure that the road is maintained. We would like to be sit down because we have never been contacted by the owners requesting the project split to sit down and discuss any type of a road maintenance agreement for the pavement. And that would be something that would need to be discussed since it's got a highly increased cost over the road base aggregate. But like I said, it goes up so steeply there, I just don't know how an aggregate road would maintain and hold itself. So we are not opposed to it either way, whatever the planning department has in their guidelines. We just want to make sure the drainage is perpetuated and that we have an opportunity to participate in a discussion on a road maintenance agreement that puts it in writing.
Thank you, Ms. LeBlanc. Dorothy, she brought up a question. If we approved let's say they can do X, they have to pave the road or whatever, but we need a road maintenance agreement. Let's say it's paved because that seems to be what the neighbors want. But part of the condition is a road maintenance agreement. If Ms. LeBlanc decides she doesn't want to sign it, does that then make it all null and void? Or is it the best 2 out of 3? Or
Yeah, let me address this. Condition 3-4 on the map, subparagraph 3 says, evidence of a recorded declaration to be bound by the agreement recorded as instrument number 2000-10886. So when the prior TPM was approved, probably in 1999-2000, that was how the county dealt with private roads. There was a condition of approval that simply said record a private road maintenance agreement. It is not a county agreement, although we did provide templates at that time, and in fact, I think I reviewed a few at the time with comments. But it's a private document usually created by the developer or the developer's attorney. What happens is if there's subsequent property that's going to be using that road, generally speaking, the road maintenance agreements require those properties to add in. If there's some kind of vote requirement, it's completely out of the county's control as to how the properties become included in that, how it's collected. It's completely a private agreement, which is exactly why the board switched and went to PRDs and no longer requires private road maintenance agreements because the county has no control over them whatsoever. Yes. So the county cannot require the current property owners to change this maintenance agreement or to enter into a new one. That's something they're going to have to work out on their own.
I have one question on that. With this parcel split being 4, and there's 3 existing, they automatically have a majority. How does that affect that agreement?
I don't have a copy of your agreement.
We don't have one. There's not one exists. All that exists is what that says right there.
No, there's something that's been recorded. There's a recorded instrument number that somebody else, not the county, drafted. Okay. I can't answer any of those questions. You'd have to review it yourself.
What is that instrument number?
It's right here. It's 2000-10886. I'm assuming the developer created it, and perhaps they used an attorney. I don't know. That was not something the county had anything to do with at the time. So, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but if you have issues, you got to talk to an attorney. Sorry.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this?
Joe Kelly, I have a question. Since the developer is being required, may be required to pave that road all the way in, isn't there a mechanism where he can recoup those costs by future development of properties out there? Meaning if somebody adds another home or does a split of those properties, if it's available, that through county regulations, he can then recoup a proportionate share back from that particular property that would assist in covering his cost of the paving rather than leaving the whole burden on him. It leaves the burden on him fully at this time, but with a future of compensation back.
It's like a lean line extension.
Well, I asked that because it was done. It was offered to me in my Mountain Ranch property, and I turned it down because of the price of what I was doing. It wasn't worth it to me. Thank you.
So, let's see. If that's a good question.
Right, to my understanding, this is a private road, so there isn't any sort of
no way
payback or reimbursement agreement because the county is.
So it'd only be if
the county has the ability to create benefit basins to collect off-site, oversized improvements from developers, but that's only on public roads. We can't do it on private roads.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Segala.
Yeah, I'm Segala, Technical Association. I concur with Joe's comments in regard to if paving were required by the county, that the cost of the paving would be paid for by those who benefit from it. But I'm thinking that this is such a small thing, that traffic is very low and gravel roads are quite common, that if you have the option to do so, I would approve a gravel road and allow the paving to be handled by the road maintenance agreement with agreement between the parties.
Excuse me if I may again, Joe Kelly, something County Council just said, public and private road. My property up there, Banner Road, for my property line is public road. But the county's been maintaining Banner Road all the way to the end, which goes across BLM land. The county has no easement on that.
Well, then we'll stop that right away.
Well, I don't care what you do, but when I got done paving mine, somebody came in and paved the rest of it, white lined the edges and everything else. So something tells me something's a little awry here. If it's happening in one section of the county, then why are we not doing it in the other?
Mr. Kelly, do I understand you to say that we shouldn't be, or somebody paved and it could have been the county and you don't want to pave?
No. Banner Road.
Right.
From Mountain Ranch Road, I had to do the encroachment.
Right.
I had to pave to my property line, meet county standards.
Right.
Beyond that, see, this used to be just cold patch. County maintained cold patch. Well, from my property line, the cold patch is now not there. There's a nice road leading out there with white lines and all this. I don't know who did it. If it was the county, I would say because the white lines, the county, I don't know if the county put down the white lines on my property or not. So this is something that needs to be researched and find out, BLM. Is the county paving BLM land and that type of thing at our expense?
BLM's known to pave, for any piece of property.
Right, thank
For
you.
the public's benefit?
Yes.
Peter Reyes, General. These folks also have an option to create a special district on their own property, the Prop 218, and you're still going to need the 2/3 vote, and that's all you need, and take responsibility for it. Anything that you impose, you're still going to have to go to them to approve it. So you got enough headaches as it is, and a lot less litigation and so on. Offer them the help and guidance to go under Prop 218, a special district on their property, and let them do it. It's amazing how much more efficient it is than to jam down public works on that road. So Suggest the Prop 218 special district for their own property.
Does the applicant's representative want to make any comments?
Well, answering your question, as far as we would prefer to go to chip seal.
Mr. Jeffries, could you please identify yourself? Thank you.
Tom Jeffries. I'm representing Ali Patari. And as far as chip seal holds up fine if you do it more than once. We live right out here on a subdivision mountain ranch, and it costs us $200 a year, and every couple, 3 years, they go through and put another one down. So they hold up just fine if you don't ever go back and touch them. And that's what we would prefer. On the other hand, like somebody said, if everybody actually wants the paving, we would request that they kick in too for their part out in front that they want. That make sense?
Yeah.
Is that all you got?
Yeah, that's all I got.
So, Mr. Spellman, did you have any questions you wanted to ask Mr. Jeffries?
I don't have any questions per se for Mr. Jeffries, but I would tend to agree with this analysis in that, there is going to be additional costs, and it's common practice for these type of situations in that part of the county for them to have, gravel roads. If I was these folks and I hadn't been around for the deliberations on this, and then I was going to, if I was you and I got sent a bill to help pay for the paving and you're perfectly fine with the gravel right now, I would refuse to sign it. That's where I would be at. So I think Mr. Jeffries made a good comment in that if these people are requiring or asking or saying or whatever that they want it to be paved rather than gravel to have their road upgraded, that they not only provide an element to collect and maintain it, but they also throw in some money on the front end. And whether that, guys, and I like what you said about the grade going up. I thought about that while these other people were talking. And in my own mind, I thought about, in terms of property right, we hear Mr. Segala and other people talk to us about people's property rights. If the guy or whoever owns that property right there, regardless of that it might be a steep grade, if those people feel like they want to take a chance at it and do a gravel road on that steep grade, let them have at it, as long as the proper grading is done so that it's not draining onto the other properties. So if they want to take a cat tractor out there and make the appropriate grades so that the runoff doesn't affect the other folks downhill, and they think that they can get up that grade on a gravel road just fine, then I say let them go for it. So the things that I would I would say that two things need to be done. Either the people who are opposed to this either need to chip in to pay for, in writing, for the paving job, or they need to let these people do a gravel road like the one that already exists that nobody seems to have a problem with and that most people have out in that area. What I perceive is, my gut feeling on this one is that people don't want those houses to be built there, and they're looking for any reason to make it more expensive so that they don't. Maybe not you, but maybe the other two you might have a point. Yeah, but the other two, I don't see them here, or they haven't made a comment if they are here. And this is something that comes to us all the time as county supervisors and planning commission, planning department, building department. You get a couple people that don't want something to happen just because they don't want it next to them, and so they think of any reasons. I read through this packet, and there was somebody in here that talked about they think they got to put it off till next year because it's been a real couple dry years, and they're not sure whether the vernal pools, could be completely studied for environmental reasons. To me, that's a load of crap. And they just want to put it off. Okay? And so I think that two things need to happen. Either the people that want it paved need to pony up from the very beginning, and everybody ponies up, or these guys can have their gravel road just like the one that exists there, and they can take their risks to themselves as far as being able to get it up in inclement weather.
We would probably chip seal it. We would be asking for the right to chip seal it, which everybody says it's breaking down, but if you go out here to Mountain Ranch subdivision, you got probably 4 miles, and it looks like paving. You've been on it, haven't you? Yeah. After you do that a couple of times, it holds just fine, but it's only $200 a year per person. Paving, normally if you have a paved road, be it Gold Strike Heights or up Forest Meadows, it's about $900 a year for maintaining pavement.
So my proposal would be to take the option that Ms. Goulart said that we have available to us, which is to allow the applicant to move forward using chip seal.
Just a moment. Yes, do you have anything to add separate?
Separate. The only things that they do the chip seal is if we can put in a road agreement that the existing 3 houses don't have the financial responsibility for that future houses, because they're going to be the ones destroying the slope, not us.
That should be theirs. Yeah.
Right.
You can have, just like it is to that point, and they can chip seal from there.
They want to make a cost of that and maintain the drainage. I'm all for it.
Yeah.
We knew when we bought it that was such an issue.
I think that's reasonable, right? Yeah. I agree.
Okay.
Good job.
Yes.
Reasonable people. I like
from
that.
Valley Springs. Yeah, my concern would be on the grade, because you have public safety, you have fire equipment and stuff to have to get up there. And so if you have a steep grade and it's not paved, then you're not going to get the fire equipment. I don't know what the grade is, but I know you have conditions in there for the fire department for safety and stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? I'll bring it back to the board. Are there any board questions or comments on this item?
I wanted to ask about Clyde's concern to the planning staff. Is there anything that would preclude this from meeting the safety standards for fire? Who's Clyde? Clyde is the guy in the audience that asked the question. Okay.
I think just to clarify, a majority of the property owners on D-Hawk Lane are opposed to chip seal. They have presented that to you in writing. And secondly, Public Works has not supported the use of chip seal. They've stated that it does not hold up.
Okay.
But the question was, I'm going back to Mr. Clyde's question, is the grade too steep to allow a fire engine or whatever, if necessary, to be able to reach these homes?
That was analyzed with the original map, and that was not an issue.
There you go. There's the answer to your question. He said they analyzed it, and it's not an issue. The grade isn't steep enough to preclude. Yeah. So regardless of whether or not it's going to hold up, that's an opinion. And if the proponent wants to do it, and the people who buy the houses or don't buy the houses, maybe the people won't buy houses there or won't buy the lots if they have the opinion it won't. That's up to them. To me, that's a property rights issue. If it's not right, then nobody will buy the lots. And if it is, they buy it. It's buyer beware. You know, they're willing to do it. So if that's an option available to us, you know, I'm willing. And we have one neighbor here who wasn't part of the process originally, said she'd be fine. They'd be fine with it, as long as they're not encumbered to make a financial contribution. So I think we should move forward with it. If they're willing to do chip seal, which Mr. That is a motion.
I'd like to make a comment first. Or you can make a motion second. Yeah. Then I'll make a
motion. Yeah.
What is your motion?
That we allow them to do chip seal from the new.
The board has 3 options.
Okay.
One is to deny the appeal, which means the original condition would stay. The board has the option to grant the appeal. The resolution in front of you does not do that, so you're going to have that come back to you, and it needs to have findings. If you look at page 2 of the board packet, the italics there are the findings you need to make. And just to clarify, I wrote that at the board's request back in 1999, I think. And the reason why it is phrased that way is number 3 was the only justification that was been given to all the road modification requests we were getting, so it was board's direction to make sure that there needed to be something in the record other than finances. So the board, if you want to grant the appeal as modified, which is what the resolution will have to say. There needs to be a finding as to which of these particular facts you want to base it on. Okay? That's the board's option. I don't hear any withdrawal of the appeal, so you really only have two options.
So we would continue this hearing?
You don't have a resolution currently in front of you with findings. I would suggest that you direct staff to come back with a resolution. You can do it on the consent agenda if you want, with whatever findings you have, based on what your action is today.
One of my concerns, too, is the road maintenance agreement, I guess. I don't know if that's the proper agreement name or not. But anyway, something for the future. I mean, if there's going to be a chip seal at some point, there is the maintenance efforts behind that.
Yes.
So how do we...
We have absolutely no ability to condition any of this on what the road maintenance agreement can say, because it's a private road.
Okay.
And again, what I phrased earlier is that's exactly why we stopped doing this, because all the issues you've raised, you're right, you will get the phone call. So the board made a decision a few years back, I think we're going back 8 years ago. We were no longer going to allow private recorded maintenance agreements. We now require PRDs, and all roads created in maps are public roads, and that way the board and Public Works has some ability to control some of these issues. If the parties cannot get together and either record themselves onto the existing maintenance agreement, then the parties can default back to the civil code, which basically says that if you have an easement right over somebody else's property, then you are supposed to pay the maintenance in the same amount as you use the road, and if you don't do that, they have to go to court. That's the only mechanism they have at that point. So
we stay out
all
of
of the
that.
things you've been saying are valid issues, but we have absolutely no way to condition this property, this parcel map with those issues. We just don't have the legal ability to do it.
So initially the developer would put in, say, the chip seal from beginning to the end, and after that it would be up to the properties along that road to decide what to do.
Our condition of approval requires them to add themselves onto the existing road maintenance agreement for the pre-existing parcels. At that point in time is when the neighbors can negotiate, because is that prior to recordation? Before they can record the map and create the parcels, they have to have a road maintenance agreement. So depending on what the existing one says, they can amend it, they can change it, but it requires all of them to get together and do whatever the vote it says in there. I don't know what it says.
Okay.
But they can't record the map and create those parcels until they do that. So that's the hammer.
That sounds good, because they can't record it until they do it. So I think that takes care of it. And really, I want to thank Andrew and I want to thank Ms. Gillard for giving us that caveat, because I think back to a couple weeks ago when you put the thing up there about how many projects were approved or denied. If we had no other ability than to deny it, I don't like seeing ones going on the denied status. I like it where there's some sort of mitigating measure, where here the mitigating measure is if the person's allowed and they're willing to chip seal, which apparently seems that they are. And there can't be anything, there has to be an agreement in place agreed to by all the people who would be affected prior to recording of the document. So I think that's good.
I think, just to clarify, if we have evidence that the majority of the property owners do not support chip seal as an alternative, it is very problematic for them to come together and approve.
Actually don't, because there's one landowner for that parcel, and we have a second landowner right here, so it's a 2-2 tie. No, there's two people that are willing to do the chip seal and two that are not.
Well, at this time,
I'm counting the applicant as one, and there's a person in the audience here that says they're not opposed to the chip seal, as long as they don't have to pay for it. So we don't have a majority of landowners.
Well, we have a 2-2 tie.
We have a 2-2 tie.
That's right. It would be problematic if they could not agree on a road modification agreement, which is a requirement for the applicant to record the map.
It would be, and in that case, they'd have to get their attorneys and...
If you approved a chip seal and they couldn't come to an agreement, then that would put the applicant in a difficult position.
Well,
Mr. Jeffries.
I wanted to bring up one more point. See those other roads in there? Those are part of a fairly large subdivision. It goes all the way out. There's 840s, and they have 4 roads on them, and all of those roads are private, gravel, and there's only one of them that was a little bit of a climb to it where they chip sealed it on the other side. All the rest of them just stayed gravel. But as far as does it break down? No, it actually doesn't break down. You've been on the roads out here at whatever, and they look pretty close to paving, quite honestly.
I got to tell you, the ones that broke down were paved.
Yeah.
Old Gulch Road's a good example of that one.
Exactly. That's why the maintenance is so much higher. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. I just want to say I understand, I'm appreciative, but I will not support this. If this were public roads, we would require paving. And this is what happens when you start to grow. I mean, you have a huge ranch, and then you divide it into halves, and then those halves are divided into quarters, and then all of a sudden we have road issues. And that's why we made changes to the driveways, that one road cannot be a driveway for more than 1 or 2 houses unless it's joint. And this is just something that's waiting to cause issues down the road. And if it was a public road, a county road, we would probably not allow it. And so I will not be supporting this. It's my day in the bucket. Anyway.
Could I ask the chair to close the public hearing?
Oh, yes, sorry. Public hearing is closed. Thank you. Everybody, yes, appreciate that. Did you have any motion or other further discussion?
I support the chip seal, that's fine. Probably.
So Darren made the motion.
Oh, second then.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to allow the applicant to do a chip seal with the understanding that they have a recorded road maintenance agreement, though it's not going to mean any.
The motion needs to be direct staff to bring back a resolution to support the board's
With what the finding would be.
And the finding would be, the finding would be item 1, because the finding will probably could not be item 2.
Didn't you say we have the ability to approve it with chip seal today?
You have to make the findings required.
Make the findings, and it has to go back and be reapproved.
Okay. Any further discussion? Do you understand?
The finding that, I'm sorry, let me clarify. The finding that must be made is, and I quote, that there is an overwhelming community preference to maintain that there are physical characteristics unique to the property, including size, shape, topography, or surroundings that are so unusual that complying with the requirements of this chapter would create an exceptional hardship to the applicant or the surrounding property owners or create practical difficulties. This is finding 2, there is an overwhelming community preference to maintain in the existing condition. Finding 3, financial motivation is a sole justification for a modification will not be approved. Those are the criteria to approve a road modification agreement, so we would have to make a finding that is in line with those 3 statements.
You could probably find that under practical difficulties there.
You could also find that it's in keeping with the surrounding properties and the road that already exists.
We have a motion by Supervisor Spellman, a second by Supervisor Wright, to ask staff to come back with a resolution allowing chip seal with the appropriate findings. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. That's a 4-1 vote. Supervisor Callaway in the negative. Okay, this is the plan. Yeah. Okay, I'll do that. 5 minutes? Okay, we're going to do item 21. Is that what you're trying to hand jive me on, Mr. Fiddle?
Not exactly.
Okay, we're going to do item 21, then we're going to take a break for, 45 minutes or an hour? We'll take an hour break. Mr. Meinhardt, you'll have to come back this afternoon, and I want to see you. Okay. I'd like to move to item 21, a notice of public hearing to sign a resolution to approve the final map reversion at the Red Apple.
Oh, I get to sit there, don't I?
You can.
First time.
Well, I don't know.
Well, will it be shorter if you sit?
Sit.
No, I'm actually sure if I stand.
Well, there you go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, I'm Roger Pitto, Calaveras County Surveyor and a Deputy County Recorder. What you have before you is an item we rarely have dealt with in Calaveras County. In the last 30 years, this will be the second final map for reversion to acreage. And you have to, because there's no tentative map involved, we're reverting to acreage. We had to do noticing and posting of notice, so on and so forth, just as you would for a tentative map. For the public hearing, all of that has been accomplished. In this case, the owner has petitioned the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors to revert to acreage lots 2 through 44, a remainder, and the road lots in Red Apple Ranch Unit Number 2. And the agent's representative is here. He doesn't particularly have a comment. I have worked with the agent and the owners substantially to get this done properly. So my recommendation is to approve the reversion to acreage. Thank you.
Okay, this is in my district. I did contact the property owner because I went through the subdivision and I said, are you really sure you want to do this? Because doing it again would be more, probably state rules will change. It's a lot, there were public comments about it, and it becomes a long, arduous, expensive process. So he wrote back and he emailed me back and said, I appreciated that, but absolutely he wants to revert back. It will probably make the community happy. So I guess I request that a motion on this. But if there's any board questions or public comments on this one.
This is also a notice public hearing.
Public hearing?
Oh, yeah? God. Since I'm voting, no, I'm going to vote yes on this. Okay. So there isn't any staff? Okay, I'd like to open the public comment. Mr. Segala.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. This indeed is unusual. The question that I have is why would the owner want to do that? And of course our recommendation is for their property rights, they should be allowed to do it. But just the question, why would they want to?
Because the cost of infrastructure is a lot more than the value of the land, of the lots. It's his choice.
Yep.
Any other public comments? Like to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board?
I'll second your motion.
I can't motion.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Mr. Wright. Motion by Mr. Wright, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So moved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take a break.
Wish they were all that easy, Roger.
And we'll be back
I wish they were all that
at
easy.
1:30. Convene the meeting, please.
I know it's not going to make it, I know.
On the move to item 22, approve the employment agreement between the county and Brent Harrington for planning director, interim planning director, effective October 7th. Francine's not here, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
We delayed her. We just want to wait until she comes in.
Want to wait? I mean, you all need to
No, we can
talk
just
to
approve
her.
it. It's good.
I
I'll make a
mean-
motion to approve. I second.
Motion
Public
by
comment?
oh, yeah, thank you. Is there any public comment on this? Mr. Segala, yes, and your concern is, or question?
Sometimes I wish I wasn't so old. Many years ago, he was our planning director. He was a pretty good one. And one of the reasons he was good is that he had almost a pro-growth mentality. When there was a large project on the San Juanetti Ranch in Copper Cove area, I was a realtor involved with the transaction on that property to develop into almost like a new city. And Brett Harrington was almost like bending over backwards to make sure that they were following the CEQA at that time, and so that it could come about. And there was almost no obstacles from the county government whatsoever at that time. Now, since then, the complexion and also the orientation of the land use planning process has changed significantly. Now it's very difficult to get something passed in our county. But one thing I would suggest is suggest to him that he bone up on the Constitution. I mean, it sounds like it's weird to do that, but that's really the very basic of everything we do. It's based on the Constitution. So if he could be encouraged to maybe take a course in the Constitution.
That is up to you to tell Mr. Harrington to do that. He could probably recite it better than anyone in the room.
Would that course be longer than 3 months?
Well, he's a genius, I know that.
Okay.
And also, he is a good person.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments? I have a motion and a second. For any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? So moved. Mr. Harrington will now be our interim planning director effective October 7th. You're welcome. Okay, I'd like to move to Mr. Myhart. Did you want to come up and deal with these issues? Nah. Hey.
If you asked if you'd like to.
That's an honest answer.
It's an honest answer, yeah. Courtney Meinhardt, Code Compliance Officer, Calaveras County.
Okay, we have several items before us. And one is Shady Circle. I thought the staff report was fairly explanatory and knowing the details. Is there anything else you would like to add on this?
No.
Is the property owner, his or her representative here, that they would like to speak on this item? Any member of the public who would like to speak on this item?
Just a quick question. What's the amount of cost to the property owner?
A lot. 8,500. Yeah. Okay. If not, I support this recommendation. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Motion by Supervisor Ponte, second.
Second.
Thank you. By Supervisor Spellman, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Thank you. The next item, again, is in Arnold. This is 8,500 also. And reports, again, fairly self-explanatory. I'm familiar with this. Is there any applicant, property owner, his or her agent, wish to address the board on this? Any member of the public wish to address the board on this particular item? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Supervisor Ponte. A second.
Second.
Supervisor Edson, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So moved. 5-0. Okay. We'll go to the compliance case, 1330 regarding George Hopkins on Ridge Road and Railroad Flat. Ms. Meinhardt, if there's anything you want to add or bring us up to,
You're doing fine so far.
I got a
Okay.
question on this.
Go ahead.
Have you contacted the landowner?
We've never actually had contact with him. I don't even know if he actually visits the property anymore. The letter.
Abandoned then?
Yeah, it's what it appears. Basically, there's a trailer built into a structure. It's abandoned. It's obviously been abandoned for quite a while. We posted the property.
This is $10,470. Is the property owner, his or her agent, wish to address this? Does any member of the public wish to address this item? Supervisor Wright, did you want to?
Oh, yeah, and since I have you up here, I need to get some cars towed out of Shad's Reservoir. So if you guys could process that for me, that'd be great.
Not a problem.
Thank you. All right, I'm making a motion to approve.
Towed out of or from around?
Second. They're on the edge of they were abandoned a long time ago. They're way out there. So
I have a motion by
Not in.
Supervisor Wright, a second by Supervisor Edson. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We have one for Dennis Sanfilippo at 7832 Pool Station in Angels Camp, abatement of all remaining code violations. Is there anything, Mr. Meinhardt, you'd like to address on this?
We've tried to contact Mr. Sanfilippo several times. It's been a long-going case. He is aware of it, and we posted the property. There's been some cleanup to it, but we have never been contacted. We have no idea to the extent that it's been cleaned up. You can still see the violations from the roadway.
Okay, this is $10,630. Is Mr. Sanfilippo here or his agent? No? Bring it back to boarding. Public comments on this. Thank you. Mr. Spellman.
I noticed when I went to lunch that I had a phone call from Mr. Sanfilippo's realtor or somebody associated with him for real estate matters. I didn't have the opportunity to review the phone message that was left for me. So assuming that may have some information that might be applicable, I'd ask that maybe we stay this if that's possible. Or approve it. How did we do that one that last time? We had one where we approved it, but we said if we didn't hear anything in 30 days, it was enforced. Something like that.
Okay, well, this is Mr.
I
Segale.
understand that there's been some remedial work done, but the extent is not known right now. Maybe we should first know how much of this has been cleaned up before going to the step.
We do. Code enforcement does.
Some has been taken care of. There has been some remediation, but violations are still on the property. They have not all been abated. So I would suggest that we go forward, and we will always work with the property owner in any case.
Supervisor,
oh, sorry.
I was going to ask Supervisor Ponte. This is her area.
Is it?
I think duly notified. There are still problems on the property, and not enough has been taken care of to abate it at this point, and I would encourage us to continue. And if something does happen, then something does happen, but I think we need to move forward.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation.
We have a motion on the floor. Did you want to amend your motion?
Did you make a motion?
I thought I did, but
Did you want to amend her motion?
I'd like to second that motion, but amend it to just say that before we really lower the boom on them, because I did get a phone call. I noticed on my phone when I was at lunch, I didn't have time to listen to it, what the information was. But that person I recognize as somebody that's associated with him. And so, for that matter, I'd like to second the motion, but with the caveat that, should some information come up that would lead us to believe that he's willing to get in contact with you, we'll put the burden of contact on him. He needs to contact you guys and work out a time frame for when that can be expected to be, if that works.
normally code enforcement in this county's pretty accommodating. I think.
Well, if I hadn't got the phone
supervisor-
call, if I hadn't seen the phone call on my thing, I wouldn't have said a word.
But you don't know if it's related to that or not, right? You just have a...
I know that person to be associated with him, and I know that person is a realtor that practices in this county.
Well,
So,
If, normally, what they have done, I mean, we vote
Yeah.
for it, and if Mr. Sanfilippo or his agent, official agent, comes to code enforcement, they will make a modification and they'd ask the board to change it, but,
so let it be written.
We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? So moved. You understand that?
Yes, I got the
yes.
gist.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you,
Chair.
Mr. Meinhardt. All right. I'd like to move to item 27, a resolution authorizing the creation of the Calaveras County Health and Human Services Agency. To appoint Mary Sawicki as the director, effective October 1, and appoint Brock Colby as the interim director of behavioral health. Ms. Osborne.
We're asking for your approval to approve all 4 items. You missed one last one, which is the resolution authorizing changes to the position control list. The board has looked at, since the upcoming retirement of Colleen Tracy, our Health and Human Services Agency. Health Agency. We're creating the Health and Human Services Agency. And so it's going to take a little while, but this is following your direction, and this actually creates the agency, appoints the director, it approves a deputy director, and it also allows us to adopt, pursuant to law, a director of behavioral health services until we do find that position. I don't know if you have any questions. The packet's pretty
Are there any
thorough.
questions of Ms. Osborne? Does the public have any questions or comments on this item?
Pretty easy questions. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. This is going to be a new agency that's created?
Yes.
Do we have an idea of what the budget would be for that and what its purposes would be, and also its organizational structure? And I'm assuming this is a new agency.
Yes, no, and a yes. Go ahead, that's fine.
So if I may, through the chair, this is actually a reorganization that is taking 2 existing agencies. We have a Human Services Agency and we have a Health Agency, combining those 2 into one under the direction of one individual. So it's actually consolidating and reorganizing 2 into 1. And the existing functions and budget will continue as they sort through this over the next 12 to 18 months, with the hope that they will find ways to enhance services and possibly save some resources, all outside the general fund. It's all state and federally funded.
Any other public comments on this? I'm going to bring back to the board. There are 4 resolutions. So
Make a
there's
motion to
that.
approve 4 resolutions.
I have a motion to approve 4 resolutions. Is there a second? A second by Supervisor Spellman. The motion was by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, so it goes. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to move to item 28, a resolution establishing IHSS Advisory Committee membership requirements, member qualifications, recommendation, and appointment procedures. Okay, Ms. Norton, Ms. Arut, did you want to take the lead on this?
I'm actually going to let Ms. Elliott take the lead, and just so the board is aware, Mary is not here today. She's out on a family emergency.
Okay, thank you.
This is Janice Elliott, County Council. At the board's direction, I did spend time reviewing the history of the Public Authority and the Advisory Committee, in addition to reviewing the state law on the Advisory Committee, and basically determined that the original ordinance that the board adopted, which was 27, let me grab it here, 2722 in 2002 had language that established the maximum membership of the advisory committee, but did not actually specify what the membership would be. And without that particular number, you can't determine what a quorum is. So where there were blanks in the ordinance, I wrote a resolution as opposed to amending the ordinance. The board can direct us to amend the ordinance if you'd like, but you don't have to. I only addressed the blanks in the ordinance and put together a resolution that addressed that particular issue, and based on many public comments that it was difficult to get 11 members, because originally it was established as no more than 11 members, I reduced it down to 9 members, following the mandatory requirements in state law, and then based on communications between the public authority director and Diane, who had met with them, we added some qualifications in for some of the members of the advisory committee. I established a quorum, and then it is clear from state law that applications are supposed to come up to the Board of Supervisors for review and decision, and that was not happening, so we established a procedure in the resolution. That resolution was reviewed by all the impacted parties and then provided to the public authority for review, and then we agendized it for today's discussion.
Okay, are there any questions, comments on that? I would like to make a modification of the resolution on 4B. The advisory council shall establish rotating yada with 2 members of the IHS advisory council who may interview the applicant versus shall interview the applicant. Shall means they have to. That means you've got to get people together. And if you have somebody that you know is qualified, because this is a fairly close community, and for example, they're a nurse and there was the Visiting Nurses Association, and you know about them, and then what are we interviewing them for? So it's not that you can't, it's a may versus a shall. So I'd like to modify the resolution for that, if there's support.
I'd support that.
County council,
Okay.
any problems?
No, there's no problem.
Okay.
Yeah, shall's a strong thing when it comes down to court.
Yeah, shall or may, that's
shall
right.
or may.
So, if there's no questions, I'd like to open up for public comment.
Can I make one?
Sure.
I just wanted to say, I know Bonnie is going to have, she has a comment. Before they even get started, I just want to say, I know Bonnie has been after it for a long time, talking about, it's really the board's discretion to make these decisions. And I see in this policy that's part of what we're attempting to approve here. So, regardless of who may think, including yourself, at your own moments of self-doubt, that things that you say go unheard or unacted upon, today is a good day to remind yourself that, things can change. So.
Okay, this is just a resolution. It's not a change to the ordinance yet. To come, Mr. Segala.
2 questions. The first one is there a stipend for the members, and is there a state requirement for a minimum number of members?
County council just addressed the one on minimum.
The advisory committee is now going to consist of 9 members as opposed to 11. 5 of them, and this is required by state law, 5 members have to be past or present consumers of services. 1 member shall be a past or present provider. 1 member shall be an advocate for senior or dependent adults. For seniors or dependent adults. 1 member shall be a county representative, which can either be a member of the board or a county employee. And 1 member shall be a public or private sector personal care services industry representative, which includes a community-based organization that advocates on behalf of home care providers. The statute requires that at least 50% be past or present consumers. So if you do the numbers, it worked out to 9 that way. I don't know the answer to the stipend. That's not a legal question.
You need a...
Well, a quorum requires 5. total to show up at a meeting, but you have to have a membership that meets these qualifications. Janet, have a quorum, can have a meeting.
Yes, Janet Clark. I'm part of the advisory committee. To answer your questions about stipends, the consumers and the provider get a $40 stipend for attending the meetings. And that's the only ones. The other ones are all volunteers.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. That was Janet Clark for the record.
Well, I have some conflict with the new recommendations. I'm going back to the original California codes, which very specifically outline who the participants may be. And in the recommended corrections, we are limiting the people who are consumers to only IHSS consumers. On the second page, I put a difference between what the California State Code says and how Calaveras County has implemented this. Right now, only IHSS consumers are allowed to be on the board, and the state code says any users of home care services paid by public funding, private funding, or IHSS consumers. So I think by only allowing IHSS consumers, you're once again restricting people's ability to participate on this board. And that is a reason I think it's been so hard to keep a full 11-member board. Also, in Calaveras County, because of the restricted definition of who can serve on this board, where the state code says 5 members of the general public and interested persons and organizations. That means anybody who is interested enough to step forward by state code is allowed to sit on this board. The Calaveras County guidelines only allow those specific categories to participate, and a maximum of those people, only one of each. My interpretation is that as we restrict the public from participating, that once again limits the amount of people that are interested enough and come forward to participate. And once again, I think that's why there's been such a hard time keeping 11 people on this board. In fact, last year they were down to only 2 members of the board. So I would like to maybe allow more people to participate in the process of deciding how this is going to be, what the definition of the participants in Calaveras County are. We have seen on the last page, this is just my unsophisticated interpretation of how the program is supposed to really run, with the little arrows designating what the level of power or authority is. And in the past, what I have seen is the public authority taking control of the advisory committee, and I think I stated it earlier today, the public authority's ability to isolate this committee, to feed them only specific information and not allow the public to participate or add additional information, has kept the advisory committee, I would say not dormant, but ineffective. as far as I can see, the advisory committee is in a position to give recommendations and advice to all the organizations, including the Board of Supervisors, the Welfare Department, and the Public Authority. We have not seen that happen. I think there's only been one review of this program that happened a couple of years ago, and I believe that the committee is responsible for reporting to the Board of Supervisors on a regular basis, whether it's through the Board of Supervisor participant or it's through a member of the committee coming forth and telling you all what has been decided and what goes on. Those are the things that I think stood out for me in the new recommendations. I'm not opposed to limiting it to 9 people, but I think we're cutting ourselves short by not allowing a full board to be recruited. 11 members, there's a lot of work this committee needs to do that has never been done. The committee would only meet 3 or 4 times a year for a number of years. And I think with the appointment of new committee members, we might see some action. And I shared with you my thoughts of maybe one project that the committee might embrace at some point. And one other thing that I really can't remember right now. I can't remember it right now. But this was just my quickie version of what I had read in the California Code and how it conflicted with what Calaveras County had gotten itself into a corner about. So I would like to see the new recommendation on page, oh, I know where it is. Page 1 of the resolution. Number 1, the membership and qualifications. The 5 members shall be past or present consumers of personal services, not just IHSS, because the state allows the private and the public paid people to participate. Instead of the members shall be, the state guidelines say that they may be. They may represent these organizations. And as you have, designated they all have to represent organizations as far as I can tell here. There can't be a member of the public. It can't be a family member who's really concerned about the program, or some old geezer like me who anticipates using these services and wanting to have a part in forming the service. I would not have that opportunity to sit on this board. So that would be my suggestion, to maybe allow more input and before action is taken on this. And if I think of the other thing, I'll let you know, but there was something else.
So do I understand you're advocating for more geezer participation?
More geezer participation, or potential geezer participation, would be important, because it's not a frivolous program. This is a lifesaver for some individuals. I know with me and my client, it allowed him to stay in a home environment for the 12 years that I cared for him. And unfortunately, with the programs being cut and services being cut, that's going to be more and more difficult for somebody to care for a family member. And about 70% of these clients are being cared for by family members. And it's not somebody sitting home and getting a paycheck. It's somebody giving up a job in the outside, in sometimes a career, in order to stay home and protect their loved one from the system. Because the system's ugly and harsh. An average of 13 months is all a consumer lives in a facility once they leave the home, and it can be devastating to watch them, first of all, fail in front of you at home, but then go into a facility and go fast. That's really the heartbreak. Not all facilities are bad, but they don't provide the specialized care, getting up in the middle of the night, responding to every need, and searching out every resource that's available. The facilities they come in shifts, 8 hours and then they're gone, 8 hours and they're gone, and the facilities don't pay jack anyway. They just, a little better than minimum wage. So, and that's all I can think of right now.
Thank you, Ms. Newman. Any other public comments on this item?
Morning. Marty Crane, Valley Springs. Well, our resolution states in paragraph 4 that it's intended to set forth the number of memberships, the qualification for memberships, and the application and appointment procedure for the IHSS Advisory Committee. I want to thank you for bringing this important issue to the public light. Thank you for bringing the process of examining the history which has led to marginalizing and corrupting the effectiveness of the very advisory committee which was put in place to provide advice and guidance to the public authority for the purpose of safeguarding those in our community who are at most risk, our seniors and neighbors with disabilities. This is important. If you are here, you're able-bodied, able to feed and bathe yourself, go to the bathroom by yourself, you may not think this is a big deal. This is critical. It is imperative that you as the governing board provide real oversight to the public authority, something that has taken a back seat to other pressing issues in our county over the past few years. To that end, I have a few notes I'd like to share for your consideration. Paragraph 5, membership and qualifications, saying limiting this to 9 members. As Bonnie just stated, it doesn't matter to me the number. It is the qualification, but I understand that you're interested in reducing the number of members from 11 is because it has historically been difficult to get people to participate. I've been watching for a number of years as concerns were brought up for consideration, and more recently I've attended the past 5 or so meetings. I can tell you that questioning the normally accepted activities or even questions to understand how things are working have been met with disdain and disrespect. Progress toward professionalism has been made in the past year with the appointment of Jennifer from Drayle, but we have a long way to go before the program is working the way it was intended. This closed-door attitude is an obstacle that, in my opinion, keeps people from becoming involved. Yesterday, I arrived for the monthly advisory committee meeting only to find that they had decided to change the IHSS provider orientation class to the same date and time and location, with no notice to the public. There are only 2 public attendees, so it would not be difficult to make notifications. We have both requested that we be added to the notification list, which is yet to happen, and I have no hope that it will. Opening the process and redefining the rules of operation and authority will help tremendously. On page 5 of attachment A, the paragraph 1 states that no less than 50% of the membership of the advisory committee shall be individuals who are current or past users of personal assistance services paid for through public or private funds or recipients of IHSS. Bonnie covered that a few minutes ago. I totally agree that when you limit it to only those IHSS recipients, that you miss out on the whole rest of the team. I mean, there are a lot of people out there that have a lot of information about this, a lot of personal experience, and the committee could be very well served by having them on it. When it says at least 1 member of the advisory committee should be a current or former provider of in-home supportive services, and at least 2 members of the advisory committee should be current or former provider of in-home supportive services, and that individuals who represent organizations that advocate for people with disabilities or seniors may be appointed to committees under this section. And number 3, individuals from community-based organizations that advocate on behalf of home care employees may be appointed to committees under this section. Interested persons and organizations is clearly spelled out, and it's being left out. So I ask, where do the general public and interested persons and organizations fit into the proposed plan? We have moved forward with new suggested language that leaves out the at least and may be and substituted them with shall be. There's a big difference, one that eliminated public participation. With shall be, the selected criteria for participation, everything is restricted to specific parameters, leaving no room for interested public. It is possible that family members or past or present consumers might have an interest, or someone who truly understands the importance of home care. I personally would not be allowed to sit on this committee with these parameters. And most of the people that I know wouldn't be able to, the way it's restricted. In part 2 on the resolution, I would really like to suggest that the following verbiage be inserted in place of what is currently reflected as 4A. When received by the board clerk, a copy of each application for membership in the IHSS Advisory Committee shall be forwarded to the Advisory Committee interview panel. This is because if the Advisory Committee is in fact the committee that provides advice and guidance to the public authority, and the Board of Supervisors is the governing board, why is the public authority involved in the Advisory Committee selection? This is the root of our current issue and what we are trying to fix here, and have been trying to for years. Those who have witnessed the public authority director move forward unsupervised by this board for years. We've been busy with other things, apparently making decisions without coming to the board for direction, leading us to where we are now with a closed-door, publicly unfriendly program and an advisory committee that is controlled by the public authority and who are not aware of their oversight role. IHSS providers are unaware of what has transpired, as are the new members when they're brought on the board, because their only contact is with public authority. I'd like to also suggest another verbiage option for page 3, resolution number C. The board clerk shall forward all applications as well as all IHSS interview panel recommendations and non-recommendations to the Board of Supervisors for review and possible appointment. Under other agency involvement, the thing that jumped out at me immediately was that the advisory committee was not part of this process here. I want to know, why was the advisory committee not consulted? It concerns me that we still do not have a full grasp of the issues at hand. Without input from the advisory committee and other interested public participants, we cannot come to an effective resolution to this very serious situation. I would like to recommend that you continue this decision to another date, which would allow input from other interested parties who have firsthand and valuable information to add to the conversation. I thank you again for bringing this important subject to light, acknowledging the extensive work by staff, council, and others. This resolution remains incomplete. We still need to address a core issue, and we're not quite there yet. Thank you.
I'm Jan Clark. I'm a provider member of the advisory committee. The first time I found out about this resolution was on Wednesday, whenever I printed out the board's agenda. Then I had to wait around until Thursday to find out what the resolution was going to be. The advisory committee had no knowledge of this resolution, no input into the resolution, and I would suggest very strongly that the board bring it back after the advisory committee has a chance to look this resolution over and give you back some input. I understand fully the urgency to appoint new board members and to resolve this problem. But again, things sent to the public authority dies with the public authority and never gets forward down to the advisory committee. Thank you.
You got it at the same time we did, Ms. Clark.
I just wish that we had the opportunity to have some information.
Understand. Anybody else have any public comments on this item?
Madam Chair, if I can respond to that. I did provide a copy of this to the Director of the Public Authority. She did ask whether it could be reviewed by the advisory committee, and I said yes, and said please distribute it. I don't know what happened after that, but I do want to clarify a few things here. Under state law, the board had the authority to create the public authority. The public authority is an entity that is part of and separate from the Board of Supervisors. But you are the public authority. You sit as the governing board of the public authority, and the advisory committee is to the public authority, which is you as the Board of Supervisors. The director is the person who runs that authority for you. This was designed to get the information up to the board for purposes of appointing members to the committee. The direction I had was not to change the committee itself. And in fact, when you did establish the public authority separate entity, we actually fall under a different code section, Welfare and Institutions Code 12301.6. The qualifications that are in there are the qualifications that currently exist for the committee members. There was no direction to change that at the time. You clearly have the ability to do that if you want, but I want to make it clear that the structure here is that the advisory committee is to you as the Board of Supervisors sitting as the public authority. So to the extent that there's some issue there, that was not the goal of this resolution. This resolution was just to establish the procedure for appointing members to the advisory committee.
So, mainly, I want to make sure that it opens up a little bit more. So now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Bonnie and Marty right now are not qualified to be on the advisory, or are they?
The way the statute...
That we're rewriting.
Okay, the way the statute reads and what Marty has shown you, that's the statutory language says that uses the terms "at least." That is how the board originally created the Public Authority Advisory Committee. That is not how you establish a committee. That's statutory authorization for you to pick. So the resolution needs to specify who you want sitting on this particular committee. Currently, if you look at paragraph...
When you say who you want, do you mean a person or the qualifications?
It's both. The statutory authority to you is saying that you have to have at least 50% of the providers, consumers. It then says at least one member. That means you have to have at least one. You could have 2, 3, 4, 5, however many you want, as long as you keep that 50% ratio. So you can't have a resolution like we had when we established this, at least one member. That doesn't tell them how many members to have. So what I did in order to reduce the number, because I was directed to do that because you had trouble filling these positions, and keep that 50% ratio was one member shall be a past or present provider, one member shall be an advocate for senior or dependent adults, and then I asked for input on qualifications as to what that means because the statute doesn't define it. I'm not an expert in this area. I relied on what was given to me as qualifications.
Marty's an advocate for senior independent adults.
And so the qualifications that were given to me as an advocate shall mean an individual who formally represents an organization that advocates for seniors or dependent adults, including the Area 12 Agency on Aging, Senior Peer Support, Ombudsman, DREL, HICCUP, or Disability Rights. One member is the county rep or county employee. One member shall be a public or private sector personal care services industry rep, which includes a community-based organization that advocates, and then there are qualifications. So clearly, if the board wants to expand what it currently is, that's what it currently is, you have the right to do that. But it needs to specify. It can't say at least or whatever.
Why don't we add 2 public members?
If you want to add 2 public members, back up to 11.
Well, that's okay, but we have the 2 public members out there, and they want to be part of it, and we can put them on there.
I don't know if Marty said she wanted to be. She just said she wouldn't be allowed to under the current.
Well, we have one that would like to be on.
Don't get me wrong, I think you'd be great at it. I know you got a lot of stuff going on.
You can do that, and as long as you keep the 5 past or present consumers.
Well, that's
and,
what
and they,
I would advise. That way.
And just to follow up on that, they are correct. The statutory language says paid through public or private funds or recipients of services, so you have the right to expand that if you want to.
Yeah.
I tried to keep it as the current membership so as to not...
Or another option is, as I read here, may appoint. We cannot have an advisory committee altogether.
You don't have to have one at all.
Do we have to have a IHSS?
Well, if you don't want to have a public authority, you don't have to have the advisory committee. If you're going to have the public authority, then you're supposed to have a advisory committee.
But it says may appoint, so it doesn't say shall.
No. But it says, any enabling ordinance that designates the Board of Supervisors as the governing body of the public authority, as opposed to a separate legal entity, which you have the right to do, so you're not involved at all, shall also specify that no fewer than 50% of the membership of the advisory committee shall be, et cetera, et cetera. So you need to have an advisory committee if you're going to sit as the public authority. I'm assuming the legislative intent is because that's not your area of expertise and you need an advisory.
Well, I don't know how long it's been in existence, but, it sounds like it's I don't know if dysfunctional is the correct word or not. It hasn't been advising this board in the last 8 to 9 months. So I'm just wondering about its effectiveness and its need.
The public authority has a function. If you do not want to sit as the public authority, then under the codes you need to either contract with a nonprofit consortium to provide for the delivery of in-home supportive services or create a separate public authority that you are not the governing body of. So it's not that you can just get rid of this in its entirety.
No, I'm not talking about the authority. I'm talking about the advisory committee.
If you are going to sit as the governing body of the public authority, you have to have the advisory committee.
No.
So if you want to recreate the public authority as a separate legal entity, which would have additional costs, I assume, associated with it, then that's the other option that you have available to you.
I have a couple questions.
Yes.
A question for Ms. Elliott.
No, the question to the board.
To the board. To the board. I'm wondering, why can't it say at least? We never know who's going to step forward and want to be part of this, and it could be a fluid. One time if we only said one public person or one this, and we didn't get this person over here, but we got 2 of this, and it would be great input for the community. I don't understand what
you have to establish.
As long as you stay in.
You have to establish a number so you know what the quorum is. Okay? You have to have a number. So in order to have a number, you have to say who those people are. You can't have it float around. You have to establish what that member is and who it sits. Otherwise, you can meet the 50% and say the rest can be anybody. That's the only other option you have. So it doesn't work how you're providing it doesn't.
Okay, well, I was just thinking, with the application process, I think you would select the best that the community has to offer is all. And as far as the advisory committee, this is the only way you get the voice of the people in here. And that's why it's been so difficult for so long, because the advisory committee has been, as Bonnie put it, kind of taken over by public authority. They've been told what they've been told, and they're learning as they go along, and that's why now it's come to a head. Because it's like, hey, this isn't what we were told. This is not right. We want to fix this, not throw the baby out with bathwater. We want to fix it. Because the people, the people that are in need, they need to have their voice heard. And that's through the advisory committee. So, thank you.
Part of the reason also that it's not discriminatory is that we have to advertise for the position. So we can't just say, hey, anybody who's interested, involved. So that's why we have to identify what kinds of vacancies there are so that people who have qualifications then know that they can apply for vacancies that are there.
I understand that. I also understand that if I wasn't the director, I mean, anybody could say that I do advocate for seniors, but I think a lot of people in the community do, and a lot of people have more experience, hands-on, first-hand experience in this arena than I do. And they would be far better committee members than I would be. because of that history and that experience. And I feel like we're locking them out.
Thank you.
I just thought of a way to designate the number. We have, if it was an 11-person board, it would be 6 users of services and 5 non-users. That means any of the senior advocates or the county employees, they would be the non-users. So if you decided on a 9-person board, that would be 5 users of personal services and 4 non-users, which may include all of the specified slots that have been designated. So that was just my contribution.
Thank you. Ms. Clark, you had a final comment to make?
Yeah, I would like the board to understand that my personal feelings, I don't really object to limiting the numbers to 9. I've been on the committee several years now, and it's impossible to increase this committee to 11 and have functioning people on the committee. The 9 figure is fine, and I really don't disagree with this and its content. That's my opinion, but I still want the board to understand that I wished that the advisory committee had the opportunity to respond to this before it was presented for. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? I want to bring the issue back to the board. Mr. Wright, did you have anything that you wanted to address your representative?
Well, I think having, if we could have the 9 members with 2 of them being kind of open seats to the public, that's the way I would go. And then on the next agenda item, I recommend we put Bonnie on that committee, and then we give her 6 months to see if she can do anything. And then maybe a year.
It's only a year. Should have to be.
I want you to make all the changes you keep talking about. So that's my recommendation is we change it to 9. We put Bonnie on there, and and we go with it.
I need to get clarification. So I understood you to say that the code says we have to have 5, or whatever the numbers are. We had to have this skill set on the committee. So if Mr. Wright wants to add a public member at large, that would move it to 10. Am I missing?
Well, the code says you have to have at least 50%.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So
Got
I
that.
never advocate an even number for obvious reasons.
Right.
You need to have an odd number of committee members. So if you want to change,
It is an advisory committee. So
it is. But
having an even number.
it is, but if you have a tie, there's no action taken. So if they want to make a recommendation to you, then they just take a vote on it. So if you're going to add to it, I'd add 2. But you clearly have you can go up to 11. That's the maximum number that you can have. I would suggest if you want to make it more open, what you can do is you can revert back to the statutory language and delete the additional language that was provided. That is a qualification to explain the statutory language that came from the public authority. So we can delete that and then see how that works and if you get more applicants. The other thing that we did is we, not me, well, I'm going to give Diane the credit for this, worked on the applications because it was unclear why people were not being recommended or bringing up to the board, because it's also unclear what position they were applying for. So it may be that with a change in the application, you'll get more people interested in it because they can clearly see what's required of them in the application process. So what I would suggest if you do is two things, and I'm not going to step on Diane's toes because I think she was going to pull the next item for some other reasons not related to this. But if you want to direct me to rewrite it, to drop those qualifications, revert to the statutory language, add 2 at large, just say at large, period, and then have, I will provide it directly to the advisory committee to review for comments and bring it back. Then we can do it that way.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Does that sound good to everybody?
Yeah, I agree. When I look at number 4, is this the only advisory committee that the advisory committee members themselves interview the applicants and make a recommendation? I'm just wondering why they don't just come to us, period. Yeah.
It's just the way it was set up originally.
Okay.
That can be changed. That's not in the ordinance.
I just find it's like one more level of whatever, and since we're the
Just
board
come
anyway,
directly to the board.
and
if
they're
you'd
going
like
to
it
be
that way.
advising to us, why aren't we doing the
choosing?
I can
choosing?
delete paragraph 4 at the direction of the board. I would suggest we get input from the advisory committee on that too.
Yeah, we'll delete it and send it over to them. They can put it back.
I think it's important to know, that it's an advisory committee to the board, to this board.
Yes.
Not to staff, not to anybody else, but to this board. So, I think the application, if there's a job description of sorts, it should state that, and we should be the one selecting and appointing. I think it cuts out all the stuff that goes on.
Is that for direction? I see at least 3 heads shaking.
And then the other notation I make, and this is just, I don't know, because it's a resolution and it can stay there forever, or ordinance stays there forever, or whatever stays there forever.
Ordinances are harder, resolutions are easy.
When we talk about the various associations, on item 1E, when we talk about visiting nurse and United Home Care and all of that, can't we just say something along the lines of home health agencies
I will
in general?
just delete all, but those are the qualifications I was referring to that
Okay.
are outside the
Okay.
statute. I will just put statutory language in there and leave it at that.
Thank you. Yeah. That just seems to be, that's broader.
Any other questions or comments? So,
One more comment.
yes, go ahead, Mr. Spellman.
I just want to say that just in light of recent news here, if there's anything that we don't like about, the way the state handles the in-home support services, we could, as a Board of Supervisors, vote to secede. Since Modoc County joined Siskiyou County today at their Board of Supervisors meeting. Saying they're the second county that wants to secede and join with other counties to make the state of Jefferson.
Far away.
Yeah, well, it's coming down from the north. It's coming down the eastern ridge. Yeah, trickle down. Yeah. Siskiyou, Modoc, and we had a bunch of others like that.
Okay, so we'll leave this, we'll move this out, and it will be brought back to the board when there's been rewritten and it's gone to the advisory council, and Mr. Wright can keep us informed.
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move to item 29, Ms. Severu, so I guess we're going to be pulling item 29. Okay, thank you. Okay. I'd like review correspondence, etc. Mr. Edson, do you want to go first?
Sure, since I'm the youngest one here.
What do you say?
Since he's the youngest.
So,
I'll be real quick. I attended Saturday. I went to Green Days up in Murphy, and we had a little a forum up there that was really neat, and hopefully people will come up and take advantage of that next year. I got to be the person to explain to people how to start a business. How to start a business in Calaveras County. And there was a young couple that came in, and they wanted to start a mobile food service, which I thought was pretty cool, actually. But not just like a taco truck, like a custom truck, And so and what they want to do is they want to travel across the country, go to different places, and have their custom food and serve it with their custom truck. But they wanted to start here.
not anywhere close to I-80.
Doesn't matter. So anyhow, that was a real good discussion. There was probably in that group there was probably 9 people that were there, and we talked for about an hour, and they were like extremely motivated young people. I was really happy to see that. I'm not used to talking to young people around here, actually. And then Saturday night I went to San Andreas Town Hall, and the class, I guess it's a student body for Calaveras County, was putting on a fundraiser, and a girl that works for us, a young lady that works for us, her name is Leah Byers, is the president, student body president, and the kids, all of the young people there put on that fundraiser all by themselves, no help with adults, and it was done just as well as any fundraiser I've seen. We had really good food, and it was a lot of fun. I had a great time, and then right after that I went down to Burson, and Valley Springs Area Business Association put on a barn dance. And, that was when it was really storming out.
Yeah, I plan on going to that. I didn't go because I thought it was raining.
So I went down, and, it's kind of a barn. It has no sides on it, so that makes it a gazebo. And but they had a big fireplace, and there was a lot of dancing going on, and people were having a great time. There was about 120 people that showed up, so it was a lot of fun. And then Sunday I was here in San Andreas at the Pickle Patch, at the Democrat luncheon, and there was quite a few people who showed up to that too. That was a real good event as well. And then the only other thing that I want to mention is the Family Fest that's going on October 6th in Burson at the Dodasa Ranch, and that is for a family event, and the Valley Springs youth will benefit from that. And so there's tickets on sale still for $15. It should be a really good event for family. And so if you need a ticket, please contact me, and I'll be happy to. The tickets say $20, but I'll give them to you for $15. I'll give you a discount, $15. So
I'll take 100. Just kidding.
Yeah. Anyhow, so that'll be a real good event and a good cause to help the youth center in Valley Springs. For what?
There are 4 agencies that are going to benefit from this. The counseling for the students in the school in Calaveras.
Right.
Canine unit.
Canine unit, yes.
Grant, could you please
Come to the
up
mic
if
so
you're
it can
going
get
to talk?
recorded.
Thank you.
I thought he might just the Sheriff's Canine Unit will be benefiting from this event, as well as providing funding for counseling for the students at Calaveras Unified, and then also money for the Veterans Hall to help finish the inside. And, of course, the youth center. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I would have more, but I spoke at the Valley Springs Area Business Association last, was it Tuesday or Wednesday? And I would have more information, but my phone shut off by itself about 10 times the other day, last week. And so I took it down to Apple, and there's only 2 places to take these. One is in Modesto, one is in Sacramento. So I went down to Apple in Sacramento, or in Modesto, and they said the only way to fix that was to reboot it and wipe everything out of it. So I was left there really lost. But I found my way home, and then the good news is I went over here to visit our IT department, and they were able to load everything that was important to me with the county right back onto it. It was already sitting there just waiting for somebody to know how to operate this thing, and they got most of it back for me. So I felt pretty good after that. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Spellman?
Keep my comments brief.
Good.
I know that's the way you like it.
Yeah.
I went So I'll try to pick the most eventful thing that I did or went to or participated in. I had the opportunity to go to Eagle Scout Court of Honor, and I'll be asking for an agenda item for the night meeting for October 29th to honor this Eagle Scout. It's from the Rancho Calaveras area, Troop 355. And it was nice. It was nice to see him. He graduated early from high school. And he's just a go-getter, man. He's got a 2010 Dodge Charger or something like that. He's already paid for it. He got a pink slip. And this guy's on fire. So, I mean, I like to see young kids. This is nice. Joey Patel. Yeah, it's a good kid. And so we're going to... there was a similar honorarium we did for another Eagle Scout recently. So I made that available to them if they wanted. They thought that was nice. And they liked the idea that it was at a night meeting because then his dad who drives truck during the day could be there at night, and they could invite other friends and stuff like that for you to congratulate him when he gets his board.
Or do it at the ceremony.
What's that?
Or do it at a ceremony.
Yeah. Well, they already have that. There you go.
Anything else?
I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Mr. Wright?
I went to a lot of functions in the last few weeks. Probably the most interesting and kind of promising workshop that I helped moderate at a conference in Tahoe was one trying to get investors in the Bay Area to invest in the McCallum River watershed. As most of you know, the McCallum River has some really heavy hitters that benefit from the water and don't directly benefit our county, even though Pardee Reservoir, for instance, they provide 90% of the water to East Bay mud. So we do get some benefit back from them, but the idea is to expand that to the water users like Chevron and other smaller companies from breweries that use the water down in Berkeley, Oakland, and Coca-Cola, for instance, has already invested in a restoration project in the McCallum River watershed. So the idea is that linking these two together and getting them. There's a really neat program that a bunch of folks are working with down in the Bay Area, where you could put restoration projects on a list on the computer, and you could go online if you were Coca-Cola or a company. You could log on. I want to do restoration, a forest clearing, for a fuel break around, somewhere in Mokill or somewhere in the watershed, and they could donate specifically for that project. So there's some really big players involved, like Chevron, but then there's the smaller businesses like these small local breweries that are all kind of excited about the idea. For their own PR mostly, but it benefits us with having that money invested in our watershed, and hopefully, long term, what we want is these types of jobs to be available for local folks. So you could go to, you go to high school, go to Columbia College, get like a Natural Resource Association degree, and then come back and actually work in the local community on your restoration work. So that was the most exciting workshop, the most exciting thing I did the last couple of weeks.
Anything else? No. Supervisor Carney?
Just a few things. We have Fish and Game Commission tomorrow night here at 5:30 in the board chambers, for which I'm a member of that particular commission, and COG will be meeting next week as well. We're taking a look at hosting a wagon trail update project, update meeting, you might say, inviting the various landowners and other interested parties and hosting it in the Angels Camp area. And the date hasn't been confirmed, but it's in October, towards the end of October. I have been spending a lot of my time, you might say, driving the district and looking at roads, trying to understand the classifications of roads. I have some interesting road projects in my district with Bar 20, Diamond 20, and the Rocky Ridge Road Association, Rocky Road. Rocky Road, yes it is.
That's over
in the different homeowner associations. So, and then really attended a couple of conferences on the Affordable Health Care Act, and how it's going to be implemented and in what fashion. And I find that kind of like this big black hole right now. Not a lot of people understand it, the consumer, in other words. A lot of, I think, false hopes in that it's going to take care of everything in regards to people's access to health care and what they're going to be getting. And basically, bottom line, no matter what it is, it's expensive at all levels. So anyway, trying to get up to speed on that. And then perhaps the third thing that's been most rewarding is working with Bret Harte High School. They have a leadership class there, and talking to the young folks there and getting them involved in government at many levels, not just, quote, Board of Supervisors, and being a mentor in that regards. And I had the privilege of, you mentioned Eagle Scout, Joey Hecox took on a project for his Eagle Scout project and put in a flagpole at Bret Harte High School with the scoreboard, and it was a big project, and attended the opening ceremonies, you might say, and he worked long and hard on that project, so it was really neat to see it. And it's really neat to see it when you drive by the high school on Murphy's Grade Road and see that flag flying very high, so very pretty. So that's about it for me.
I'll be going to the regional, county,
RCRC,
rural, RCRC, but has a new name, was the Regional Council of Rural Counties, conference this week. I'll be going to Mark Twain Healthcare on Saturday, Sierra Nevada Film Festival, Ebbets Pass National Scenic Byway next week. Yesterday, Chris and I were at Central Sierra Child Support, and they did something positive. Instead of nagging people to pay their child support, they sent them thank yous for paying their child support. And it isn't always easy for some of these people, but those people that were paying it, they sent them a thank you, which I'll just sort of pass this around. It was kind of just a nice way to do things instead of always being, you're not doing it and we're going to dock you. I have Ebbets Pass Property Owners Council meeting coming up, the Law Library. I will probably be at the Council of Government meeting on behalf of the Ebbets Pass National Scenic Byway, an Area 12 Agency on Aging, in Mariposa, a change order meeting. I'll be at the East Bay Mud barbecue at Pardee, the 4th. You have to RSVP?
No.
Yes.
Let me in.
No. Don't forget the Grape Stomp in Murphy's on the 5th. And for those of you who can't make it, go to your local firehouse, because there are firehouse tours all over the county that day. And that's all. Ms. Norton, nothing? Okay. Nothing? Ms. Everett, nothing? Okay, thank you. Did you have something you want to address on what the board's doing?
Well,
That's what's before us.
On the correspondence, I was wondering where number 10 goes about code compliance. I went to it got handed to planning department, and
No,
I went over them during lunch.
All it says is we received the packet, and it went to the board, the chief administrative officer, council, and code compliance. That's where your packet went.
When I talked to them, they says that they were advised to do nothing and say nothing to anybody.
I can't
I don't
answer.
understand what that
Mr.
means.
Thornton, I understand what you're saying. We cannot address your concerns at this time.
I got mine.
Thank you.
It's interesting that the cars can be abated, and the county go after that right now, but
We understand. Okay,
all
thank
these
you.
runaways or something else.
Yeah, thank you. That's who it was routed to. Does anybody have anything they want to address on the board correspondence? Okay. This meeting is adjourned, and we will be reconvening in closed session.
I'm going to do it here.